I would like to call the meeting to order at 6 o'clock p.m. of the Glendora City Council. For the audience here tonight, my name is David Friedendahl. I am the mayor of Glendora and will serve as the presiding officer over the city council meetings. In consideration of the business to be conducted tonight, we kindly ask you to silence any phones or electronic devices and refrain from speaking unless recognized. Again, this is a public meeting for the community of Glendora. We appreciate and respect your participation here this evening. I'll announce that all members of the council are present and prepared to conduct our business. The first item will be a closed session item, and I would like to ask the city attorney to kindly read us into closed session with the titles into the record.
Yes, Mayor,
So.
honorable council members, the council will be meeting in closed session on 2 items tonight. The first is existing litigation, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 regarding pending litigation to which the city is a party. The title of litigation is Scott Lewis versus City of Glendora, WCAB number AD 151-60074 and 151-60072, claim number 21-1529229 and 20-150768. Second is a closed session held pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B to consider the ratification of the city manager's appointment to the position of Recreation and Human Services Director.
Okay, thank you, council. At this time, I will open public comment and invite members of the public to address this legislative body. Speakers will be allowed to 3 minutes to speak once on only the closed session items. If you're in attendance, kindly fill out the speaker card and submit to our recording admin before the close of public comment period. Once recognized, kindly address the podium and state your business. Seeing no one in the room, I'll ask, have we received any correspondence on either of these items?
We have not, Mayor.
Okay, then I shall close our public comment period and at 6:02 p.m. recess us to closed session. Thank you very much. of our very own city dirt camp, and we congratulate them on that. And all the dirt campers out there, all I can tell you is go get dirty and have lots of fun this season. So it'll be a great time. As a refresh, all the members of the council are here and present and prepared to conduct our business. And that brings us to our invocation. Is Kate with us? Excuse me? Oh, yeah, okay, that'll buy a minute. That'll great. I will ask if our city attorney would kindly report out from our actions in closed session.
Yes, Mayor, council members, the council met in closed session on one matter regarding existing litigation, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54956D1, regarding pending litigation to which the city is a party. The title of the litigation is Scott Lewis versus City of Glendora, WCAB number AD 151-60074 and 151-60072, claim number 21-159-229 and 21-150-768. Council was briefed on the matter, and a tentative settlement was reached, subject to the approval of a final settlement agreement. And the second item was the consideration of a public employee appointment, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, regarding ratification of the city manager's appointment to the position of Recreation and Human Services Director. And on that matter, the council unanimously approved Andy Warner to serve as the new director of the Recreation and Human Service.
Thank you, Mr. Aylshire, and congratulations, Andy Warner. Can't say welcome to the team. You've been on the team a very long time, but welcome to the position, and we're encouraged and look forward to the things that you'll bring to it. And there she is. You can watch it on the recording. Welcome, Annie. And we have a direction for you. At the close of the meeting, we would like to take a celebratory photo in our new uniforms. Great, thank you. You can post it tomorrow at Dirt Camp. All right, that brings us to our invocation, and Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight's invocation will be led by Associate Pastor Kate Nunelli from the Glenkirk Church. Do I see Kate here?
I do not see Kate Wallace-Nunnally in the crowd.
Okay, well, might I lean on Pastor Davis to change
Yes.
hats for a moment and do that? And then while she's positioning, our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cindy Romero, our Library Services Manager. One of our Library Services Managers. So if you could, please rise.
Let's join together in prayer. Sustaining and comforting God, we are mindful that on this day, June 9th, 1995, that Agent Louis Pompey made the ultimate sacrifice in carrying out his oath to protect and serve. We continue to remember his commitment and service to the community and his willingness to put service above self. We pray that you continue to offer his friends and family your comfort and peace. And as we gather here to do the city's business, may you guide us with your wisdom, sustain us with your grace, and may we too be willing to look to that example of serving others with our time, talents, and resources. May you bless our time together this evening. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Davis and Cindy Romero. Appreciate it very much. Brings us to any reordering or additions to the agenda. Anyone wishing to do such? Okay, seeing and hearing none, we shall not. And that will bring us to our public comment period. I will open public comment and invite members of the public to address the legislative body. Speakers are limited to speaking one time for 3 minutes at a maximum, either on agenda items or on off-agenda items. Comments and correspondence related to the public hearings should be wait for and held during that respective public hearing to have a better impact. If you are in the audience and wishing to speak during public comment, I invite you to complete a yellow speaker card available on the clerk's desk or at the front counter by the entrance, and submit to the recording admin prior to the close of public comment period. Once you are recognized, I invite you to come to the podium, ask you to state your name, and share your business. Again, you will have 3 minutes. With that, I do have some public comment cards, and I'll take them in no particular order. Invite Mr. Mark Bauer. Mr. Bauer, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council. My name is Mark Bauer, as you said. I'm here to speak about pickleball courts. Pickleball has gone crazy in Glendora, along with everywhere else. And actually, last night there were 22 paddles waiting, and there were 16 players going. And I know that there's already new courts going in at Gladstone by the end of the year. It is from what I saw. And in my travels, before courts get built, I traveled to other courts and I took some pictures. And I just wanted to give you guys those pictures because instead of us pickleball players looking at it afterwards and saying, "Why'd they do this? Why'd they do that?" I figured I'd take pictures and say, "Hey, take a look at these. Maybe we can give that to the people that are going to be doing the construction, and then people will be satisfied with the courts, hopefully." That being said, the 4 courts that have been put in at Finkbeiner are amazing. The lighting's great. Everybody loves them, and we're grateful for that. On another note, there is a big giant 5G tower right next to him. So those of us that spend 30 to 40 hours a week playing pickleball, I know that sounds crazy, but we don't think it's that good for us. So that might be something worth researching. So I took pictures of a meter, and I don't know nothing about 5G, to be perfectly honest, but I took a meter out there and I took pictures of it, and I also have those pictures. So I'm sure there's somebody in the city that probably knows somebody that is with Edison or whoever puts those towers in that could probably research that and look at the numbers and see if it's really healthy to have that at a park with children, pickleball players, and everybody else that spends countless hours at the park. Whoever's fortunate enough to get to spend countless hours at the park. Fortunately, I'm one of those people. But that's all I got. Just something about pickleball courts. I've got pictures to present to you guys. You guys can take a look at them anytime. There's just one set. Courts down in San Clemente are amazing. I imagine they're probably very expensive. But they get used a lot, I promise you that. And then here's you want this too? There's 3 pictures of the whatever they measure 5G towers with. And you guys could take a look at that and see if you think if you would want your grandkids out there for 20, 30, 40 hours a week, or your kids. All right?
Thanks, Mr. Bauer.
Thank you very much. You guys have a good night. We're going to go hang out underneath the 5G tower.
Going back to park and play some pickleball.
Okay, next up I have Diana Trejo. Welcome, Diana.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Diana Trejo, and I've lived in Glendora for the last 8 years. I'm here tonight because my family and neighbors have spent the last month trying to get help with the coyote situation that has become a legitimate safety concern. And despite contacting multiple agencies, we have been unable to get any meaningful assistance. A mother coyote and her 3 pups have taken up residence under the shed in the yard directly next to ours. The mom regularly jumps our wall and moves through our front and backyards throughout the day to access her pups. As a result, our yard is no longer a safe place for my toddler, baby, and our dogs to use. We understand that coyotes are part of living in the foothills. However, when coyote behavior begins affecting the safety and use of property, residents should have a clear path to assistance. Over the past month, we've contacted the police department, the city clerk's office, Inland Valley Humane Society, the California Fish and Wildlife, the County Agricultural Commissioner, and the San Gabriel Valley COG Neighborhood Coyote Program. We've received conflicting information, been referred from agency to agency, given the runaround, and in some cases, never received a response at all. The only solution we've been offered is to hire a private trapper to euthanize them, which is not the outcome we want or think is fair. I also have broader concerns about how coyote movement has changed in our neighborhood, particularly along the metro tracks, where the wall they constructed appears to be creating easier access between properties and a safe haven. What I'm asking for tonight is straightforward. We need help. We've done everything residents are supposed to do. We've made the calls, we've sent the emails, filed the reports, and followed every direction we've been given. Now we're asking the city to help us do what we cannot do ourselves. What concerns me most is the message we keep hearing is that there's nothing anyone can do. I don't believe that's an acceptable answer. If this situation is affecting families' ability to safely use their homes, then we should be talking about what can be done, not why nothing can be done. Even more concerning is a precedent that's being set by leadership. If coyotes can establish themselves in someone's yard for months at a time and the response is we can't do anything, what message does this send to residents? The issue's not going away. Residents deserve to know that when a legitimate safety concern arises, our concerns will be taken seriously and we won't be left on our own to figure it out. Resident safety and humane wildlife management should not be mutually exclusive. We should be able to protect both. Tonight, I'm asking the city not to accept that nothing can be done as the answer. I'm asking the city to help identify a path forward, pursue available options, and work with the appropriate partners to address a problem that is having a real impact on our daily lives. I would appreciate follow-up from the city staff regarding what specific next steps can be taken and how the city intends to move this issue towards a solution. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ms. Trejo. And I have an ask of you. On the card, you've given us your email and phone number. Thank you. If you could include your address and then leave it with the clerk, please, so that we have a faster way to reach back and
Absolutely.
also assess the property if we've not already done so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mady Brand. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm so excited.
Did I say that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great job. So excited to be here. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Very excited to be here. I have lived in Glendora for almost 20 years. But I too am here because of the coyote issue. I love this city. And as you know, Glendora is a beautiful place to raise family and share our lives with our pets. That's why I'm here tonight, because I need help, a lot of help, urgently. Since the Metro Gold Line wall was installed behind our neighborhood, we have experienced a dramatic increase in coyote activity. In all of my years living here, I've never seen anything like we're facing today. What was once an occasional sighting has now become a daily ordeal. Coyotes are living along the entire Metro Wall corridor and are entering our backyards with ease. I wake up every morning, almost every morning, to evidence of animals being killed and eaten on my property. Myself and our neighbors no longer feel safe letting our children or our pets outside, even under supervision. There are multiple dens along this corridor between the walls, creating an ongoing and escalating problem for all of us. Most recently, a mother coyote and her pups established a den underneath my backyard shed. Since then, additional coyotes have been gathering in and around our property. I'm talking about uncles, cousins, it's bad. My greatest concern, of course, is public safety. My neighbor, Diana, who you guys just met, has young toddlers whose backyard sits directly along the route this mother coyote uses every day. You could see the paw prints all over her wall from the going back and forth. I want to emphasize that I have tried to handle this responsibly and humanely. I understand that wildlife is a part of our environment and ecosystem. I have invested hundreds of dollars in deterrents, including motion-activated sprinklers, predator eye lights, ammonia, wolf urine, and scent deterrents, noise devices and air horns. I've done yard modifications and exclusion efforts with the Humane Society. Motion-activated alarms, and now I just purchased a solar radio for people presence, and Amazon is going to deliver the tube guy that goes like this. I've tried everything. I have also been in communication with, the Humane Society, California Fish and Wildlife, and other agencies, and unfortunately, I continue to receive conflicting information and very few actionable solutions. Question for me is, what are we supposed to do when we've exhausted all options? And who do we call when the problem continues? I refuse to believe that there's no solution. I have a lot of hope that there is. I'm here because I still want to find one. Hopefully you guys can help me. Respectfully, I ask for your guidance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Brand. Appreciate that. And
didn't write
we
my
have your
email.
address. Yes, I noted that and made a note
Would you
that
like
you
my
are
email?
adjacent. Yes, please. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Erica Landman. Welcome, Erica.
Hi, everybody. I like the shirts. My twins always enjoyed dirt camp, so that's exciting. It's 75 years this year. Cool. And congratulations to Annie. So good choice. I'm here to discuss the consent calendar item number 10 to consider a professional contract services agreement for South Hills Development Feasibility Analysis. I have a couple of concerns about that. The first one is the cost. I really don't think that this needs to be looked at this time. There's other things that that cost could be going to and helping out, like the streets or broken pipes, or maybe possibly looking at the city yard, as something little that you guys could somehow fix. The other concern is, since it is looking at development feasibility, is this something that all of you are able to do? I don't want to specify one person, but because I'm supposed to just direct all comments to the mayor, but one of you is a realtor, and you would definitely benefit. So I don't know if that's a conflict of interest and that person should step down or not. But another thing is, I'm a huge fan of history. And over the years, I have done many requests, public record requests. And this public record request, I actually found that links back to the South Hills. So that's how this is working out. Joanne Sharp, she was the previous city clerk, and back in the old location, so congratulations on your new home. That's a nice spot. I had made this request back whenever it was, in the early 2000s, and this is one of the items that I have. So this is entitled The Acquisition History of Glendora South Hills Park, and it's from October 10th, 1989. As you look through this, it discusses, it consists of, now this is back then, so there are new parcels that were added, but 200 acres that were acquired between 1970 and 1977. Only 2 of the 8 parcels were acquired with legacy of park grant funds, which had a restriction clause on the face of the deed, which meant that those parcels could not be developed. This is a map. The majority of the South Hills Wilderness Park are where those 2 parcels reside. Others were gifts with stipulations, deed restrictions, asking to maintain permanent open space and never be developed.
Okay. Thank you, Erica. Next up, Daphne Martin from Southern California Edison. Daphne, welcome. Thought I recognized that familiar face.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm sorry that the gentleman left, but I am that contact that he had questions, so please feel free to direct him my way to look at the pickleball courts and whatever towers are there. I'm not as familiar with that location, but this evening I wanted to share with Council and hopefully the rest of the Glendora residents. In follow-up, as many of you know, we have been going around doing our presentations on what we call public safety power shutoffs and wildfire mitigation. And as part of that presentation to you all, we have also discussed our efforts around vegetation management. So today I just wanted to kind of follow up with all of you and provide additional resources. So I'll make sure I drop these off and also make these available with website links that you all can link for the general public to also utilize and use. But I wanted to share that as what Edison does around vegetation management is that first and foremost, we are looking at the safety, whether that is trees near our power lines, clearing up brush in the foothills, and maintaining those areas. And that's something that Edison takes very seriously. You may have seen if you do have trees around your homes that we do come and routinely clear different trees, making sure that they are in compliance and in management. So just to share some safety tips with folks today, be aware of overhead power lines and selecting trees and other vegetations that you plant in your yard. Choosing a different tree or a new location to plant trees if wires are overhead or nearby. To determine a safe clearance level, check a tree's maximum height and the width of the maturity, which is the canopy of the actual tree itself. And I wanted to share that as part of these resources I'll be handing to all of you is a link to our website for vegetation management. SCE does have a program that allows for the city to want to maybe, if there are some trees that have, received a lot of maintenance over the years, maybe becomes a little cumbersome, having to block a street or a sidewalk to do pruning or maintenance. We do provide a program that Edison will actually replace the tree for the city and select a tree that is one for the area, but also does not grow or cause further disturbances. So if that's something the city would like further information, I brought that. That is also a resource that's made available at the residential level. So if you do have any of your constituents, neighbors, and friends that are eager to kind of learn, we would like to not have it, great. Edison is willing to work with anyone to do that. I know a major concern that I hear from a lot of our residents and my neighbors and friends is that when SCE comes by to do this maintenance, that it may no longer look aesthetically pleasing. And I completely can empathize with that. But I do, again, want to make sure that we're looking at safety. I'm looking at my time. But we are always wanting to be in compliance. So I'll go ahead and share these resources with you all. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Daphne. Thanks for the share and the reintroduction. Okay. I don't have any more speaker cards. Was there anyone else wishing to speak that has not yet submitted one? No? Okay, then I will close public comment period and bring it back to members for statements and comments. And I'll ask Shauna to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things. First, as I've said before, I'm our representative for the Southern California Association of Governments group, and we had our monthly meeting last week, and on my CEHD committee, which is Community, Economic, and Human Development, and they're responsible, among other things, for housing. We started our discussions on the development of a subcommittee focused on RHNA, which is the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. Those are the numbers of homes that cities have to allot for. And the seventh cycle is coming up in 2029. So we are just now starting to talk about that, and we're going to be forming a subcommittee. So over the course of the next few months, my updates will include information on that. I'm working on being a part of that subcommittee. That's the process that's happening right now. So I will keep everybody abreast of that. And then if I can toss over to our city attorney, there was a suggestion made at public comment that me being a real estate agent is making a conflict of interest for me discussing the South Hills and projects there. So if you can opine a little bit on that, that would be fabulous.
Yes, the conflict of interest laws don't implicate any sort of tangential, theoretical potential conflict of interest. They would only address an issue where you actually had a financial interest in the awarding of the contract. And the TMB planning contract is just for professional services. So it doesn't actually authorize any actual development or anything like that. So you would not have a conflict of interest.
And just to be clear, so everybody knows, yes, I'm a licensed real estate agent. I don't work on new development. I have no interest in the South Hills as it relates to my profession. That assertion is false. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Shauna. Bring it back to Mendel.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Let me start off with some great news. The Glendora High boys baseball team not only captured the D3 championship for their league, but they just completed winning the state championship. And sadly, the paper, the Tribune, didn't have the kind of respect that I think that a paper like that should have to celebrate that feat. I don't know the last time that the boys' baseball team has ever won state, but I know that there's a person here that works for the Examiner, and I would hope that she might have some pull to do a story about that team and those young men, because for them to win that's quite a feat. There are a lot of women and men who play all kinds of sport, and some of us have won a league. CIF is a little bit tougher, but to win the state is very, very hard. It's very rare. And so I hope that the Examiner can trump what the Tribune didn't choose to do. And I take that paper, but I think it's appropriate for us to celebrate that team's win. I believe that they've been invited, Adam, to our event this next week, where we're going to celebrate a lot of great things going on within our city, and I certainly hope that a lot of those young men come, because they just did a great job. So maybe the Examiner can step up and do a story there. I really hope so. School's out, so be careful about kids around pool and on motorbikes. As some of you may know, a couple of weeks ago, we took some very specific steps to try to manage the bikes that are around town, and that's not a simple thing because everything starts at home. And so we're having to reorientate parents to the thrill and danger of these bikes that a lot of kids ride. But just be aware as you are around town, especially in your car or truck, that a lot of these kids are pretty young and they don't have life experience like many of us do. And so just be kind of looking out for them. And I appreciated the fact that all of us were at the expression today regarding Louis. Karen prayed a wonderful prayer and really, really said it well about his life and service that he gave. It's hard to believe that he's been gone now for 31 years. When he was killed. And so thank you, Karen, for those great words. And I appreciate the fact that all of us were, there to really remember him and say thank you to those that have stepped up and have done what he has showed us to do, and that is to really serve. So thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Mendel. Michael?
Thank you. Adam, do you think, or Maurice could give us maybe an update on the Gladstone pickleball court or where we might be?
I think
Mr.
Annie's
Bauer?
back there. We'll put her on the hot seat. No, in all honesty, just really quick, that was part of the city council's request that we access grant or request grant funding for the Gladstone Parks. We have an unfunded CIP project, a little over $1 million for pickleball courts, fencing, and lights. We were not able to obtain federal or state grant funding, but are still trying to seek opportunities for that. We agree it'd be a great location in the area that it was. We look forward to shade structures that will be part of Gladstone Park, and we'll still work on the grant funding or any other funding for those pickleball courts in Gladstone. But the speaker mentioned it is a common request that we get, additional pickleball courts. We get similar requests for additional court usage, volleyball courts, basketball courts, fields in general. So recreation space is not an uncommon request, and we wish we could fund all of those.
And those can go to about $1 million apiece?
For a series of courts, yes.
Yeah. Expensive.
Well, it's a larger concrete area. We have to trench and, provide power and lighting and everything and make sure that lighting is directional so we don't impact neighborhoods and everything else like that. So pretty significant project, and cities are subject to prevailing wage, and so those capital projects tend to cost a little more, but it was right around $1 million for, I think it was 4 courts, if I'm not mistaken. But professional-looking courts, I'm sure, in line with the pictures, especially those in San Clemente, which are, in fact, great courts.
Great.
If the players are real good, we don't need fences, right?
I don't know if you've watched, but yeah.
And in your case, we'll need fences.
We need tall fences.
Also, I'm assuming the 2 speakers about the coyotes, that staff will reach out to Inland Valley see if they can come out and do an assessment.
Yeah, there's already been some back and forth messaging about number of calls and where and when, and try to get a better understanding. So the police department will be in contact with both speakers, and we'll make sure we're reviewing all our calls for service and talking with Inland Valley and seeing how we can help accommodate that issue.
And I'm not sure if the 5G towers fall within Edison. Would that be?
A lot of it depends, where those towers are at. There's a lot of conversation about if I'm right, the electromagnetic fields and any potential radiology that goes from there. Our federal agencies across multiple administrations have said there are not any significant impacts associated with anything different from 5G, 4G, 3G. No one on staff is an expert in that area. We have to follow federal rules and permit things as they're allowed, and that's one of those areas.
Okay. Because Daphne had mentioned to reach out to her,
Yeah.
but I'm not so sure if it's the
Hey, we'll pass everything off to Daphne. If she wants more phone calls, yeah, we're happy to pass that off. So, but it does depend on where it's at, depending on whose asset it is.
Sure.
They would have some say, but great question.
So I want to call out Annie for a great job she did with the Cultural Fest a couple Saturdays back. It was well attended. Great weather. Thank you for ordering the good weather. A lot of folks showed up, had a good time for quite some time, and it seems to be heavily more attended as the years go by. So great job. So thank you for that, Annie. And this last Saturday, we did a flag ceremony retirement over at St. Dorothy's. They hosted us again this year. What was really nice was Troop 483. They did a really nice job, and they always do. And it's nice to see the young kids, the young boys, still participate in this, because our Boy Scout troops have been declining over the years. 719 flags. That's a lot of flags. And don't tell anybody at AQMD, okay? But they did an amazing job, and I like to see more of that, because we really need our Boy Scouts. It turns young boys into men. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As mentioned previously, today is June 9th, and so we want to remember that day and the service and sacrifice of Agent Louis Pompey. Tomorrow, June 10th, is a big day in the city of Glendora, because the farmers market is coming back. So if you saw the no parking signs in the village, that is why. So check it out between 5 and 9 tomorrow in the village. And if you want to keep a farmers market, you need to attend the farmers market. So please attend, support it, so that it will stay and continue to be here. And this last week, I attended as the rep for the council, the League of Cities meeting for the LA area. The guest speaker was the new director of the Metropolitan Water District. And the short synopsis of that meeting reminded us how great the water department and public works at the city of Glendora are, because hearing all of the challenges and heartaches of so many cities, and as they're trying to outsource water, try to conserve water, try to address their infrastructure problems, it made us look like we are a walk in the park. So good job to our folks, but ultimately, at the end of the day, we all do need to conserve water, and Metropolitan Water District is looking at the Delta project. They are looking at ways to reuse water and also looking at ocean water. So they continue to explore different options to help this desert that we live in have the water that we need to survive each day, but we need to conserve at the end of the day. And Mr. Thompson, I look at the Tribune online, and I did see an article about Glendora. So I don't know if it was. Yeah, see, that's why you got to look at the electronic version. That hard copy can only carry so much. But I don't know if it was after the final game or as they were making their way, but I remember seeing the headline and seeing some photos. But just incentive for you to go do some internet searching and see if you can find that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, I echo the Water Department comments, and learning about water as one of our appointees to many commissions. We're not in a drought, but conservation is not over, so don't forget that. So everybody, please do. I, for one, will be at the farmers market tomorrow and looking forward to it, and exciting times. And I, too, want to compliment the Recreation and Human Services Group for a fabulous Culture Fest day. I did get sunburned because I was there for most of the day, and it was worthwhile because lots of good foods and events and activities. The entertainment was incredible, and it's only growing. So congratulations. And I saw a comment on social media afterwards that says, hey, I saw a Ferris wheel down at the corner of da-da-da-da-da, and I wonder what it was. I thought, should have walked down and looked at it. So come on down next year. It'll be a great time. With that, and one closing comment, a neighboring community of ours had a historic council member, Mr. Lloyd Johnson, passed away last week, so we feel for his family and the city of West Covina for their loss. So with that, I'll bring it back to staff for any comments. Adam? Nope, okay. Mr. Aylshire? Nope. All right. On to conducting some business. We have a series of public hearings before us. The first public hearing is to consider a resolution amending the City of Glendora General Plan Circulation Element. That's a wordy one. And reading us into this and bringing it to our attention will be Assistant Community Development Director Sean McPherson. Welcome, Sean, and I shall open our public hearing. Welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As noted, this is a request to amend the circulation element of the general plan. A little bit of background, the City Council would remember that the circulation element is a required component of the general plan, and that this element sets the city's policies for transportation and circulation. The current circulation element was last adopted in 2007, and since that time, obviously, much has changed, not the least of which is the opening of the A-Line metro station. While staff has already initiated a broader update to the general plan in compliance with the council's strategic plan, you folks remember the RFP for the general plan that came before you a month or two ago. The city is currently seeing residential development interest now within the area to the south of the station to a degree to which the current circulation element goals and policies did not anticipate. On May 5th, the Planning Commission considered this item, and after discussion and deliberation, recommended that the council approve. Here we have a graphic which illustrates the current development interest in the neighborhood to the south of the station. This is important context for our discussion tonight. The city has already received one development application for the area highlighted in blue, which is currently under review for 86 townhomes, I believe it is. The city has also had conversations with Metro, and we expect that that agency may propose to redevelop the station parking lot at some point in the future. That area is highlighted in green. In order to ensure that development in this area occurs in an orderly fashion, staff proposes that the circulation element be updated to include a grid block road network set of criteria. Implementing such requirements within the general plan would establish clear criteria for future infrastructure improvements and would also improve future circulation, especially for emergency services. I'm happy to say that in consultation with the police department supports this idea of an improved road network and a grid block pattern. Such a road network would also add street frontage for potential new businesses in the future, and would also create blocks that could accommodate a mix of housing types. With that, when considering how a grid block network may be designed, staff actually took inspiration from the historic grid block pattern in and around the village. We basically just looked backwards to what they did at the founding of the city. As such, staff proposes a grid wherein block faces do not exceed 600 feet and block perimeters do not exceed 1,800 feet. These dimensions employ common urban design principles, which reflect those same standards from the time period of Glendora's founding in the 1880s. These block dimensions inherently promote walkability and pedestrian activity and are an important design design characteristics for any neighborhood. I think we would all agree that the village is a pleasant place to kind of wander and meander around. The real reason why that is, which I think goes unnoticed oftentimes, is because of that grid block network within which the village and the surrounding neighborhood is built upon. One note really quick, I'm aware that the graphic here may have caused some confusion. So as noted on this slide, this image, which is included in the proposed amendment to the general plan, is only shown for illustrative purposes only, meaning that this is only one iteration of how an ultimate grid block pattern may come to pass. The real driver for how new future streets in this area may lay out is actually that 600 by 1,800 foot dimensional requirements. That said, in keeping with the theme of walkable, pedestrian-oriented public spaces, the update also further defines street sections for this area. At 56 feet wide, these streets would accommodate a proper mix of vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle traffic, as well as be wide enough to accommodate one lane of on-street parallel parking. So lastly, the amendment also updates language to reflect that the Metro A-Line station is open and operational. It also fixes various typos and grammatical errors, and also brings the circulation element into compliance with our current brand standards. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council consider the adoption of, I won't read that all, but consider the adoption of a resolution amending the circulation element of the general plan. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sean. And as this is a public hearing, I will now open for public testimony and invite any members of the audience to speak. They may speak on this item only, and we'll have 3 minutes to do so. If you're in attendance wishing to speak, kindly fill out a speaker card and submit it to the recording admin. So, do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item? Seeing and hearing none, ma'am, if we had any correspondence?
We have not, Mayor.
No. Okay, then I shall close the public testimony and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for any discussion. Michael, would you like to start?
Sure. I just have just a few questions. On the design that you lay out, you have there, since it's a big area, are we anticipating any islands of green space at all? You have the sidewalks, you have the streets and everything. Any ideas with
Yeah,
space?
any open space that would eventually happen here would be part of any kind of individual development application that might be proposed in the future.
Is that one of our design standards that could be part of that?
Yeah,
Yes.
any project that would be proposed in the future would be required to meet any of the city's open space design standards.
Okay. Can you clarify a little bit more on the branding, the brand standards? How does this comply with brand standards?
Sure, the brand standards, I don't have a copy of the document. Well, actually, maybe I do. It's,
I just want to see how it correlated with the traffic flow.
oh, well, the brand standards simply have to do with the formatting of the document. Since the last circulation element was updated in 2007, the city's brand standards in terms of logos and how documents and such are branded has evolved. So since we were changing some of the language and some of the sections of this particular element, we simply just updated it to current formatting standards.
Okay, thank you for that. It also says on the summary, it also states that expand potential economic development opportunities for a diverse range of housing types. How does this expand potential economic?
Sure. Yeah, appreciate the question. So this idea would add street frontage, which doesn't currently exist. So if you think about that area right now, we're talking about the Metro A-Line tracks on the north, Glendora Avenue on the east, Route 66 on the south, and Vermont on the west. That's effectively a super block. It's comprised of a number of commercial businesses, Albertsons being the anchor tenant there. As time goes on, if that area were to redevelop and this grid block pattern were imposed or created, you have additional street frontage wherein new businesses or residences could be located along that street frontage.
Oh, okay, that sounds good. Also, it says in the summary as well, it states the city received limited development of interest so far on the parcels in that area. I know that we have one project in consideration currently right now. Is there a reason for that statement at all, or?
Well, so the city, as the council knows, has recently kicked off our comprehensive general plan update to update the entire general plan. That process, as I mentioned in the presentation, is anticipated to take somewhere between 3 to 5 years, thereabouts. We are seeing development interest now. And the fact of the matter is that the current standards or the current criteria, goals, policies, and such in our circulation element now did not anticipate the development that we're seeing. So staff is proposing that we act now to integrate these block network criteria into our general plan so we can capture that development that we're seeing now. And then, of course, as we get closer to updating the comprehensive general plan, we can take another look at this.
So on the cartoon that was put on there, basically, as far as what it could be, I kind of like that because it has the mall effect down the center of it, if you will, so you can see hopefully down to Route 66. Do you think this is challengeable at all by any developers?
Any developers, by virtue of this being a general plan goal and policy, that's about as strong as the city can get in our criteria.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Shauna?
Thank you, and thank you, Sean, for your report. I love this. I think this is fantastic. I love that staff is being proactive and kind of thinking ahead on what we want to do in this area. I love that we are talking about bringing the feel of the village down, so extending that, and for a multitude of reasons. I think this promotes walkability, like the same walkability we have up here. People can kind of meander around, shop, dine. So I love the idea that we'll be able to do that further south as well. I personally like the idea that it kind of breaks up that space. I think you call it a super block. The idea of these like massive structures of whether it's housing or whatever. Now we've broken that up into small pieces. So like bite-sized pieces, I guess. So if, housing goes in here, it's not so giant. And, I love the fact that it's more frontage and more retail opportunities. I think that, for a lot of different reasons, the city makes revenue on, when we sell things. So I love that. I love, more spaces for business opportunities. I think it's fantastic for a lot of different reasons. So I'm glad that we're working on this.
Good, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Shauna. Mendel?
Mayor, thank you, and Sean, thank you. Excellent job, and as Shauna said, I've sat here 11 years, and we've talked about extending north to, south. And I know the councils prior to that have envisioned this. And with the station there now, and 19 years since we've done this, it's hard to think that we haven't looked at this in 19 years. But in my mind, it gives us a really good tool to manage the kind of growth that we know is going to come there. And I think that's effective, and as I've already said, it should enable us to see everything extend south. And the village is a special place for, all of us, and to think that we could double that space or maybe come close, I think would be a wonderful thing. So I think this is excellent work, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Karen?
Thank you. And building on your Instagram fame, if you were to take a square triple beam pizza and double cut it, you could explain these routes through there. So I
am
think
all for any pizza analogy, so.
I think
yes.
you go for it. No, I think, as has been mentioned, this really helps to break up any future development. And there used to be a pass-through in the middle of that block. I think it was on private property, but all of us used it. And I've missed ever since they closed it off, because that would be another way for me to shorten that trip. And so to have that broken up again would be tremendous. But no, thank you for doing this and looking ahead and being ahead of whatever may be coming with future development there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I think it's a great opportunity to, as we've heard, mix residential and still have open for retail, whether it's light or large commercial, in that space. And seeing the two pictures overlaid together clarified some questions for me, so that's a good solution. So I'm in favor, and I thank this, and I think we should entertain a motion.
I'll move items 1 and 2.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Alawa, second by Mr. Thompson. I'll ask us to kindly vote. And the item passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Folks.
Brings us to item 4, a second public hearing to consider resolutions adopting the budget for the city of Glendora for fiscal year 2026-2027, adopting the investment plan, the investment policy for fiscal year 2026-2027, delegating investment authority, and determining and establishing the GAN appropriation limit for the fiscal year of 2026 and 27. I will open the public hearing at this time and invite Finance Director Kyle Johnson to report. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. For all the things listed on my report, my first report tonight, first item we'll talk about is the 26-27 mid-cycle budget adoption. So on June 10th, 2025, the City Council adopted the fiscal year 2025-27 two-year budget, approving estimated revenues and appropriations for fiscal year 25-26 and programming the estimated revenues and appropriations for fiscal year 26-27. The city's two-year budget received awards for Operating Budget Excellence, which is a state association recognition, and Distinguished Budget Presentation, which is National Association recognition. So that's CSMF California Society of Municipal Finance Officers, and GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association. This would not be possible without the support and effort of all the city departments and the hard work of the finance staff. As the second year of the fiscal year 2025-2027 two-year budget, this update serves as an important checkpoint to ensure the city's financial plan remains aligned with current economic conditions, evolving community priorities, and the City Council's policy direction established through the 2025-2027 strategic plan. This budget update reflects the city's continued commitment to aligning resources with community priorities, maintaining fiscal discipline, and investing in the infrastructure and services that support Glendora's long-term success and what gets funded gets done approach. The notable updates continues the movement on the city's modern policing approach, adding 1 community impact team police officer and 1 sergeant, amends the 5-year capital improvement plan, adding streets projects with new federally funded projects, including a city match totaling $3.5 million, and reprioritizing a streets and water project for Live Oak Street and Water, totaling $2 million. So previously, the Live Oak Street and Water was considered for fiscal year 28-29, but timing has been moved up, and the need for the project has been moved up to fiscal year 27. So this slide provides a summary of available resources by fund type, including discretionary and restricted sources. Overall, the city remains in a strong and stable financial position. Expenditures, if you look at the bottom there, expenditures do exceed revenues, but that is due to the non-routine nature of capital improvements and the related funding sources of capital improvements. So both the Capital Projects Fund and the Water or Enterprise Capital Projects Funds are using available reserves established based on the requirements of the respected funds' council-approved reserve policies, and in line with the December 2023 adopted water rate study for the enterprise funds. The Capital Projects Fund receives revenue in the form of transfers in from Measures EEZ based on the actual operating results for the general fund and Measures EZ at the end of each fiscal year. And the Water Capital Projects Fund receives the same based on the actual operating results from the Water Operations Fund at the end of each fiscal year. So we're using those, that operating income at the end of each year that gets accumulated and I guess saved for these projects as they arise. This slide starts the discussion on the general fund and Measures EZ. In both funds, estimated revenues exceed appropriations. The FY 26-27 proposed mid-cycle budget reflects the change presented to City Council with the fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget, continuing to bring enhanced transparency between the general fund and Measures EZ. Transparency efforts on the use of Measure EZ funding have been the hallmarks of the city's budget efforts since the passage of Measure E in 2019. With these changes, anyone reviewing the budget will be able to clearly identify the programs Measure E is currently funding, and that what Measures EZ provides the community is listed on this slide as enhanced with the 25-26 mid-year budget change. So the general fund and Measures EZ financial forecasts provide for informed decision-making and transparency regarding the city's only discretionary funding sources. So this is a highly or significantly truncated version of the general fund forecast. There is all the lines from 1 to 22 in an attachment to the staff report with footnotes. It would be font 3 or something like that if we put the whole thing on there. The next 2 slides, this one and the next one, show the financial forecast for the general fund and Measures EZ. So as highlighted here, I'd like to highlight 2 areas on the slide. Highlight line 11 and 22. Line 11 represents the resources needed for Measures EZ to balance the general fund budget in compliance with the general fund contingency reserve policy. As you can see, the number changed from the fiscal year 26-27 adopted budget to the 26-27 proposed budget. This is related to the earlier mentioned change in program reporting between the general fund and Measures EZ. The remaining number represents the original deficit projected with Measure E included in the fiscal year 2019-21 adopted two-year budget of around $3.5 million. There is a corresponding decrease in general fund expenditures. Line 22 represents the council-adopted general fund contingency reserve policy located in the city's adopted two-year budget. The policy requires the general fund to maintain a reserve of 30 to 45% of prior year operational expenditures. Currently, the reserve is projected to be about 41.5% by fiscal year 2031. More will be discussed. Old note. And additional notes are available in the attachment. It does relate to all the ongoing one-time funding discussions that we had. So it's because we had that with the original adoption of the two-year budget, it continues to on right now. For Measures EZ, initially, Measure E provided funding to the general fund to maintain police services, repair streets, and maintain services for the community. With a reporting update and voter approval of Measure Z, both measures now directly fund community outreach, public safety programs, homelessness programs, economic development and housing programs, library services to the public, street and road improvements, and keeping public areas safe and clean and/or maintaining parks and city facilities. Lines 5 through 8, so salaries, retirement, other benefits, operations, and maintenance, reflect the reporting adjustment, moving programs directly into Measures EZ and reducing the transfers out to the general fund, which is line 9. Lines 12, 13, 14, and 15 are the other components of the general fund contingency reserve that we budget ahead of time as a proactive approach to identifying what will be available in these funds, but what may change at the end of the year based on actual results for the operating results of general fund and Measures EZ. So challenges continue to exist for the city staff to consider in the forecast and budget document. As mentioned earlier, the City Council has been discussing and planning workshops around the one-time use of discretionary funding, where one of the areas of consideration includes deferred maintenance. However, the amount of deferred maintenance far exceeds the amount of one-time discretionary funds available. Additionally, the current inflationary economy impacts the cost of deferred maintenance as it continues to adjust and react to changing federal policies, tariffs, wars, and pending or potential Federal Reserve rate changes with the new Federal Reserve chairman. And then, in addition, unfunded state and federal mandates. Everything's changing right now. We're in an election year, so we've got also, based on the above items, federal mandates continue to change, as well as we've got governor election going on. So whoever occupies that office in the future may change what policy decisions are made at the state level affecting the city. And then regarding CalPERS, the city is currently 92% funded with an unfunded liability of $22.5 million. The fiscal year 2025 return of 12.1% is projected to increase the funded ratio to approximately 97% with an unfunded liability of $8.9 million. Currently, CalPERS is on track to meet and or exceed its target return on investment of 6.8%. As of last Friday, the 5th, they are at a 13.13% return on investment. So if that holds, that's really good for the city. However, the only return on investment that counts is one day, and that's June 30th, or the last operating day of the fiscal year. It can be, we could have done a 50% return on investment in January. Who cares if it's 3% by June 30th? The rest, anything in between doesn't matter, because the measurement counts from the last June 30th. So it's a year in review, more or less. The only thing that impacts us as CalPERS and return on investment continues to get better is they will change our normal cost, which is basically the cost that we would pay for everybody that's employed now. The unfunded liability was basically a benefit promise to everybody that has retired at this point or is a classic employee. So slides 12 through 15, this will be a discussion that represents the other fund types managed by the city. These funds are generally restricted for specific uses: streets, transportation, water, stormwater, the successor agency. And so notable changes And the special revenue funds include the Highway Safety Improvement Program Cycle 12 grant and Community Development Block Grant awards. So we added those to fiscal year 27. Notable capital projects are listed amongst all the fund types, with Live Oak Water and Street Project being the other major change to the amended capital improvement plan. No major changes were made with the internal service funds. So the water operations and capital funds are budgeted and forecasted consistently with the November 2023 adopted rate study. The major change for the water operations and capital funds is the change in timing for Live Oak and Street and Water Project to 2027, move forward from fiscal year 28 and 29. And as with the other forecasts, there are additional notes available in the attachment to the staff report or in the budget document if you are looking to read through that whole 200 pages or so. So on the next slide, so here we have the water capital forecast. So the major change there on revenue is we were able to add a little bit of transfer in from based on the projected operating results. And then we have the increase in capital projects. So now to authorized positions. So overall, the fiscal year 26-27 mid-cycle budget increases the full-time equivalent or total positions by 0.4. That's for a recreation and human services part-time maintenance aide 2 at the La Fetra Center. While it shows 1.4, so 266 to 267, the 2-year budget, the original 2-year budget, did plan for a 1 position increase for the community impact team police officer position. So the position changes of note are removing a payroll supervisor in the finance department because it's remained vacant for an extended period. As mentioned earlier, the police continue to move toward a modern policing approach with the continued evolution of the community impact team. The police officer position is phase 2 and is included with the 26-27. And then we also recognize the need to bring the sergeant position forward from 27-28 into 26-27. Part of the council budget workshops and final adoption of the 2-year plan also included a discussion around another police officer with fiscal year 27-28 when we get to the next 2-year budget cycle. And that's pending available resources and city council approval. Additionally, education requirements were revised to appropriately show a gradual increase with each level of supervision from police officer trainee to police officer, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, and captain. Recreation and Human Services added the 1 part-time position. This position is going to be responsible for cleaning, reporting maintenance issues, doing minor repairs, setup, and teardowns for events, and keeping track of equipment at the facilities at La Fetra. And then they're additionally not listed here because they didn't change the FTE count. There are updates and job descriptions for library series positions, cross-connection specialist, which is in the water department or water division, principal accountant, and communications division. So no add-on positions, just job descriptions only for those. So the proposed changes to the 5-year capital improvement plan are listed below, which are CDBG curb improvement, $300,000 which is a new project funded by a federal grant award. The HSIP or Highway Safety Improvement Program Cycle 12 traffic signal modifications. So that's another new project funded by federal grant award, but it also includes a $1.1 million match from Measure R using our annual traffic signal upgrade program funds. And then in the Streets and Water program, Live Oak Street and Water, which is funded from the Road Maintenance Repair Fund 256 and the Water Capital Projects Fund for a total of $2 million. It was already in the 5-year CIP in years 28 and 29, and now but we got moved up to 27. All right, so this next slide will complete the budget. So the GAN limit is a calculation that the city has to do. It restricts the amount of tax-generated monies government entities can spend in a given fiscal year. The city has never been close and has never exceeded the limit. As you can see here, we are just shy of $140 million under the limit. So we've got some wiggle room. The investment policy. So staff reviewed the 2026 Local Agency Investment Guidelines, or LEG. So we've got life and leg that we get from the state, produced by the California Debt and Investment Advisory Commission, or CDAC, and made the following updates to the city's policy. We added language for SB 827, which required new fiscal training, as well as brief language on the conflict of interest requirements as related to the city investments, addressed existing authorized investments not currently listed in the policy, updated language for eligible commercial paper investments regarding the percentage of the total portfolio that it may represent, but above all, safety, liquidity, and then yield, in that order, are the priorities of the city when investing taxpayer and ratepayer money. So the next steps include preparing and distributing the budget in brief, posting the budget by numbers on the website, and as well as the adopted budget on the website. So at this time, staff recommends the City Council adopt the resolutions listed for the budget, GAN limit, investment policy, delegation of investment authority, and authorized positions. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Kyle. I don't hear any snoring. That was pretty good. At this point, I'll open for public testimony and invite anyone in the audience wishing to speak on this item only. You may do so speaking once for 3 minutes as a maximum, again, on just this item. If you wish to speak, I kindly ask you to complete the yellow speaker card and submit it to our recording admin before the end of public testimony period. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Madam Clerk, have we received any correspondence?
We have not, Mayor.
We have not. Then I shall close public testimony and bring it back to the body for discussions. And I'll begin with Mr. Thompson.
Favorite topic.
Show me the money.
Yeah, well, a couple weeks ago, my wife was out of town for 4 or 5 days, so I admitted to everybody that I had really read the budget, and it was exciting. And so you just kind of put the cherry like on the cake here. So a question: what does on your last slide, investment policy, placement service deposits?
So-
Can you unpack that a little bit?
Yeah, so placement service, it's if we were to go basically through a service to obtain that investment. So it's like there's like certificate of deposit placement service. Like I can work through our broker dealers and just buy it kind of directly through them, or my understanding is there's a service that I could otherwise entail to buy that. That would be a different process.
Okay. So our bank doesn't do that now, the UBG guys?
No, UBS does that
Or
now,
UBS,
but
yeah.
it's not I guess it's a different approach. It's not the same kind of approach. If I'm being honest, most of the things that I added in there, our broker dealers recommend, we look at them.
Right.
But a lot of them we haven't had in there just because they've been a little bit more complex, and because it's not my full-time, it's part of my job, but it's one of the things I do, one of the hats I wear. Typically, the more complex stuff, we've been more vanilla with CDs and U.S. or federal government.
Your update on CalPERS, I think in my 11 years, that's the best I've ever heard.
Yeah.
They've had a good year, which they should have. And we're praying that the end of June kind of reflects that good year, because you're right. One day can tank it all. So
yeah,
let's just hope that it's a good day.
Yep.
So thank you for that update. Our reserves, they're at about 42%, which is extremely good. And the audience needs to know that we are probably on the higher end of most of our peer groups, and which is good because that contributes to AAA bond rating, which we've talked about. If we ever need to borrow, then we're at the low end of any rate and fees that we would have to pay, and that's really an important thing. So that's really good news there. Well done on getting some of the attaboys at the very front end, well earned, and just keep that going. And yes, thank you to you, the entire team, for everything that they do. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mendel. Shauna?
Thank you, Kyle. I was waiting for a dad joke. Like every time you come up here, I'm like, what's he going to say? Just a quick question. Have we hired the two police officer, the sergeant and the officer for the CIT?
The sergeant we have, but the police officer is a brand-new add with this budget, so I don't believe, unless we've overhired, we have not hired that position yet.
Yeah, just a small clarification. The city council actually gave staff or the okay to move forward with the sergeant position at the mid-cycle budget update when we were able to fund that sergeant position through salary savings. This is the official action to add that formal FTE to the budget. We're able to do it a year early as we were able to remove another position through other, that's the payroll supervisor, through other efficiencies that we were able to do in the finance department.
So the officer position is budgeted, but then that will come.
Correct,
down.
and with the
Until July
officer
1.
position too, right, it requires training to get there, right? So like, if we put somebody in there, it'd be somebody that exists, and then we'd have a trainee or a cadet that would backfill that
That's correct.
hiring.
And the police department is constantly under, working with human resources to bring in individuals, like a job offers, academy, so on and so forth. So we actually give them the authority, as we've shared with the council previously, to overhire by 2 positions. Those people, a lot of the officers come in as part-time employees while they're in the academy, and then a trainee. And so, as is the nature of police work in all of California, the positions and retirements, it's this constant movement through. And so the police department has done an incredible job. We actually have job offers out, which I believe would, if everyone was on staff, would fill our ranks full-time employed. So this has been an endeavor for a couple, for many years now. And so this is implementing what council approved a year ago.
All right, perfect. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you, Shauna. And if I'd come back to Mendel for just a moment.
I was just going to just add one more thing. You talked a lot about what Shauna just brought up, our officer team, and it's not something new when we add more eyes and ears and people onto the street. It's very good because crime goes down. And as we heard a couple of weeks ago, crime has gone down 16%. And it's not an accident. And I'm glad that you talked about the fact that we've hired there, and we're going to be hiring maybe more, I don't know, because we also know that we have in the next year or so, maybe 6 or 8 that are going to leave us. They're going to retire, which is good. And, that's a good thing. We're going to miss them because of experience, and they're highly trained and everything. But this is a really good point that you made, and I want the public to understand that as officers come on board, they're out there doing what they're paid to do. Crime will go down, and it has. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mendel. Michael?
Thank you, David. Thank you, Kyle. Really well done on your budget. I spent a lot of time on this as well. And the ERP system that we have should be completed by the end of the year, I'm being told.
Yeah, the one piece that is, the big module that's still remaining to be implemented is the asset management system. So we've rolled out the, reporting feature of it, where if you see a sidewalk or something, some kind of issue that you want to be fixed in the city, you can take a picture and report it, and the city's public works department or whoever is responsible will make sure it gets addressed. But that's the kind of the biggest piece. The rest of the implementation or any pieces that we would need to do are I guess, non-essential operation stuff, but stuff that would enhance our processes in respective departments, probably within community development for permits and licensing, definitely within finance, as we continue to enhance our reporting capabilities.
I know that was a big endeavor for us to do. 'Cause
Yes.
we authorized it several years ago. It was about $2 million to start with. I'm sure, we added modules and things. Have you noticed a big difference in efficiencies?
Yes, yeah. So we've definitely become more efficient. I'd say that there's still more efficiencies to come because although it was approved a couple of years ago, it's been phased in approaches in implementation, and so we're still learning everything that it can do as well, right? And we've had in different departments, we've had staff turnover, so they're coming in learning our processes and now learning also what the system can do. So it's definitely a multi-phased step approach.
So with this budget now, we're up to 60 sworn in PD?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier this afternoon, Mendel and I spent about 2.5 hours going over the budget, trying to find money someplace. And staff did a really good job in presenting this to us. Measure E, and hopefully that you'll present that, as Mendel and I suggested, to get that out to the public of where the Measure E money has gone and what it's done, as Mendel alluded to, how the PD has dropped crime rates down because of the investments being made. So also in your budget and brief that you're going to update, my request is if you can put some charts in there so people can see where the money, the slice of pie or the pizza, as someone like Sean mentioned, but he's gone. Maybe you can represent a pizza pie with pepperonis on there, whichever you want to do. But actually, it's easier for folks to read, to understand the revenues in and the revenues out of where it's come from and where it's been expended.
Okay.
Because Adam did a really good job of laying that out for us. In this, it was only a brief. There's quite a few more items that were listed on there, that weren't listed on there, that were there. And I think that would be very helpful for people to understand, because we often don't talk about Measure E and Z of what it's funding, but it's out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah. And just, Kyle, for context and for context of the whole council, I think what most people as the budget is a complex document. There's transfers between funds. There's funds that roll over from year to year. And one of the real big benefits of Measure E and Z, as the council and staff know, is that surplus funds in one fiscal year rolled over into capital projects and fund streets and parks, and from helping out with Louis Pompey, sort of the redo to Finkbeiner and Gladstone, and additional preventative maintenance in streets and roads, and another net $1.3 million a year in city facilities. If it wasn't for Measure E and Z, and if it wasn't for the ability to plug the shortfall that existed in 2018 to keep service levels, and those measures called for an additional investment in areas like homelessness and public safety. And so, Kyle, we would look at, in addition to just an E and Z, for what's being spent now, and I appreciate the council's emphasis to continually push staff to be more clear on what E and Z is funded. And so the line item detail for E and Z is never more prevalent than it is now on exactly what's out there and exactly what the community has invested in. But also, Kyle, if we could look at historically and how the money moves from one fiscal year to the next, we can try to come up with an infographic that better explains and sort of talk about the results that exist. And I'd like to think that crime went down when the chief wore his hat backwards on Instagram and set the world on fire. And so, but it is an incredible effort, not just in the police department, but other areas like recreation and human services and the library, which have also received investments to get people off the streets that need a safe place to go. So it truly is a remarkable team effort, and the community's investment in E and Z has paid dividends, and we look forward to more of those in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Adam.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kyle, and thank you to all your staff and team that helped put this together. And yeah, I was going to say that I think you have done a good job of sharing what E and Z go to, and in your report, you listed that And it does state that those things that it's gone to support are the very things that people have said in the community surveys they were concerned about: public safety, homelessness, quality of life. And it indicates that that's where those funds are going. So thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Yeah, I commend you and the team on the accounting and the presentation, and the GAN number, that's way low. Lots of cities around us are pushing the other side of that and stretching them, and not in such a favorable position, so appreciate that. I think it's important to note that as a city, our departments offer tremendous services, and the human side of things, the fun things. I don't think any of us want to discount those or make them go away. So the fact that we've been able to balance and utilize the funds is critical. I do have one ask, and I'm going to ask this body to support it. I think that sadly enough, we're still struggling to get to our destination strategic goal, the place of a destination, and our quality of life issues. While we have a staff that works very hard to try to achieve that, and I believe they are working fully to do so, I think they're still too reactionary as opposed to becoming an opportunity to help our neighbors become proactively better in our quality of life issues. So I would like to ask that we find a way to budget an additional code enforcement personnel and add to that department so that those people can be covered on a little more time and not be stretched so thin on all the calls they're doing on a daily basis that are strictly reactionary, but we can go after some of the things that we see and can do better at as a neighborhood and as a community. So I'd like to fund one more code enforcement officer somewhere in this budget. Do I have the dollar? No, I don't know where it's at. I'm not sure, but I'm going to ask and see if we can't include that as a reach for this coming year's budget to add that position and onboard it and get it into a proactive, positive results-oriented program. I would ask if I do that.
What is the dollar amount for that?
Don't have that exact.
Do you remember what the fully burdened rate is, salaries and benefits and all the other things that go along with that position?
Yeah, so the officer themselves is $113,000, and that's the top step right now with all salary and benefits. If a vehicle is needed, it's a $70,000 one time, and then about $3,000 for maintenance and fuel ongoing. So a year one outlay would look about $186,000, and then the ongoing would be about $116,000.
And Kyle, just in terms of funding, and I know vehicle comes out of a different fund, would there be sufficient fund balance in the vehicle replacement fund to fund a vehicle?
Yeah. For the vehicle, yes. Ultimately, that would still unless we use reserves in the vehicle replacement fund, it would still get charged back to the general fund.
Sure.
And how many officers do we currently have?
Two.
Code enforcement.
We have 2 code enforcement officers. Historically, we did have an extra 0.5 FTEs, I believe, if that's correct. But this topic has come up before.
Is code enforcement sworn or non-sworn?
Non-sworn.
Non-sworn.
What are specifically they enforcing?
Well, in my vision, they're looking at the ordinances, some parking, but neighborhoods, conditions, landscape issues, public right-of-way, line of sight issues that our neighborhoods are creating.
See the chief there, and I don't know if he's itching to get up, but we're going to ask him to. So if there's any specific questions about what the code enforcement team does, the chief is happy to answer those.
Yeah, I'm just curious what they do and if we get a lot of calls.
So we have 2 community preservation officers. They do the duties that the mayor mentioned, but they do proactive work as well. And it's more than just them. Everybody at the police department, all staff, whether it's our community service officers, our patrol officers, they're all feeding information in. Our community preservation officers are the ones that usually do the contact enforcement and correcting code issues in the city, but their information comes from our community and comes from all of the PD staff as well. They primarily don't do parking complaints, but they do get involved in that as well. The parking issues are primarily handled through our contract with Intercon Security, but they do have a part in that as well.
So our sworn officers, the flow of information to code enforcement is coming that way if they see issues. Is there a flow of information going from code enforcement to PD in terms of other issues that are not code enforcement issues?
Sure.
Such as right now?
Yeah, of course, there's flows every which way in the police department. So there's, there's specialized things that only police officers can do, and there's specialized things that only community preservation officers can do. So if our community preservation officers go out to a location to look at some kind of code on a property and they run across something that's criminal, then our sworn staff is going to come, and vice versa. If we're on a criminal call and we see a code enforcement or a code violation, we would refer that to code enforcement. They could come out or follow up on it on a later date. So there's information going
So it's
all over
another
the
set
place.
of eyes.
Yeah.
Is this like a Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 kind of a position? Is it like a full-time just?
No, we have them offset. So
Chief,
basically,
do you mind talking a little bit about how they used to be staffed and how we've tried to move staffing around to stretch out those assets?
yeah, I think about 18 months ago, we had them staffed more of a weekday type schedule. And we've since then changed both of their schedules. So basically, one of them is working 7 days a week. So I don't remember exactly what they are, but basically one of them works the first part of the week, and the one of them works the second part of the week. And then our staffing model is a little bit different, and our schedules are a little bit strange. But basically, they share Sundays, and then one of them works Saturday, and the other one works Monday. So they're Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. There's going to be 2 there, and then the other days of the week, one of them will be there.
And Chief, do you mind walking through both of those individuals that we have are busy full-time mostly with reports that come in and investigations and follow-ups? And you want to talk a little bit about how we seek for compliance first before we move to a fine and kind of how that process works? And I think suffice to say that the work that they do, we have more work that comes in. It's difficult to get to everything, and they're constantly busy. Do you mind walking through some of that stuff?
Of course. A typical day for them is we have a separate system that they track all their, they use our CAD system also, but they have a separate tracking system for all their complaints and tickets that they address. So a typical day for them starts off with them going through, the beginning of the day, going through all the complaints that have come in, and most of the time going out and getting eyes on those complaints and addressing them. And with much of police work, a lot of times we just gain voluntary compliance. We go out and contact somebody and talk them into complying with, in this case, the code, or for sworn officers, the law. And it's very easy for us to, with education and contacting people, just to solve problems that way. They also get into long involved court cases, and sometimes those take a lot longer. But their typical day, there are plenty of calls for the 2 we have. I think they do an amazing job. But yeah, they do get out and do some proactive enforcement, but they also have a heavy load of calls that are just basically sitting there waiting for them to address every day when they get to work. What was the second piece?
I was just going to say, I think you covered both the areas I asked you to cover. And I think the mayor's request, if I understood it correctly, is to look at an additional staff to do more proactive work in specific areas or targeted action areas, whether it's, I know some of the comments we've previously discussed in the area were, entry corridors to the city or nuisance properties that are continuing to be a problem to get additional eyes. So some of the actions, for example, that the council may hear in closed session about receivership of a property, a lot of those start in code enforcement, for example, and they're the community preservation officers building the cases. And so yeah, there's just a lot of work in that area. And if I understand the request correctly, it's to help out additionally in the caseload now, and also for some targeted, proactive approaches to help the police department move more quickly through the strategic plan as it relates to sort of the beautification and quality of life efforts in some areas. But I don't want to take the words out of your
No,
mouth.
you're right. And it's not a ask thinking of generating fines or revenue from fines. That's not the point at all. It's helping neighbors be better neighbors, and a lot of this, and recognizing that the two that we have are doing a great job, and they're just strapped. They're overloaded. They do follow-up. It's not just a touch one time and be done and it's fixed. It's lots of follow-up, lots of follow-through. Unfortunately, lots of repetitive work. Some folks comply, and then the issue goes away and the problem comes back. So the compliance people go away, and okay, nobody's watching anymore. I'll go back to my bad habits, and that's sad to say. And sadly, we wouldn't need any police if we didn't have people that chose to not be good neighbors. So we need them.
Sorry, what's the turnaround time on hiring somebody?
Chief?
Like if we started 6 months to a year.
These are the positions in the police department that are fully backgrounded as well. So
Okay. I support this. I think that it solves a couple different things for the community. I'm not opposed to that. I'll give you a second.
Thank you.
Would you want us to opine on this now, or would you like to come back and do some more work on that and bring it back at a later date with a
that
separate
is a
staff
great
report?
question for your colleagues. Mayor, it sounded like you wanted us to move forward with the position now. Staff's happy to come back with a different financial analysis or what it looks like funded at halfway through the year or whatever that is. It would take us a long time to fill a position, so there wouldn't be the full burden cost in the first year by any stretch of the imagination. But I'd look to the mayor to see what the intention is.
I would like to see us take the action to move toward that position in this second round of budget, realizing our boots going to be on the ground next week. I understand, unfortunately, no. That's the reality, and that's a fair reality.
Well, and one of my questions would be, do you feel that it needs to be a full-time person, a part-time person? And then the second part is, I think that it's important for the public to understand that code enforcement has a process, as the city attorney could opine on, that just if you had another staff person doesn't mean that that neighbor who you think is a nuisance, that it's going to get fixed tomorrow, because there is a process that takes a long time. So those are two separate things. One is having more personnel, but the other is the process itself is a lengthy one that,
No, I recognize.
Yeah, I know you do,
some of
but I
those
want for
cases are, in
people
fact,
hearing that.
long-term, and I don't think it's a part-time fill. I think it's a full-time need, because unfortunately, many of the cases that come before the code enforcement or preservation officers today are repetitive. They happen every day. And these folks, I think, need help. And to get to the level of expectation that I think we want to have as a community, we need to give them that help.
I agree, and I think that the community, there's an awful lot of feedback that we get regarding issues, pertaining to that, code enforcement could be addressing. So, like I said, I support.
Could staff come back in 2 weeks with a recommendation in terms of a budget for an officer to be hired?
Yeah, I mean, in just looking at the information that Kyle's presented, there would be adequate fund balance, for the foreseeable future to look at how that position is allocated. We'd have to look at some of the underlying funding in the out years, but for the next year, the 2-year budget, I mean, suffice to say you have adequate fund balance to do that. As for any potential offsets that we would look at, I would need more time. I don't have that figure off the top of my head and have to look to the chief to figure out in terms of like how that position would be best utilized. But yeah, I'm not sure the financial analysis is the difficult part here, at least in the next
I don't
couple of
think it
years.
is.
It would be the out years, as you know, the impacts to the 5-year projections, and especially determining where that position would be funded out of what funding source. So I'm not as worried about, you know, this year and the next year coming up. I think we're happy to come back with whatever analysis that the city council would like us to do. We're happy to do that as well, whether that is now or whether it is at mid-year or whether it is at however the council so deems that.
Would 2 years be enough for you to come back and do that analysis?
Yeah, I mean, as we sit here and look, we have our special meeting for the workshop. Quick plug there next time for facilities and streets and roads on the one-time funding. And then the week after that would be our second meeting in June. I'll look at Kyle, he's looking at his calendar on his phone right now, wondering how many days we have to post. But it shouldn't be, and I know his staff's right there behind him. So I think 2 weeks would be adequate if we had to come back and look at a financial analysis, especially considering that there's only about 6 months of that position. If we hit go today, for example, I'm not as worried about the financial impact in this final year of the 2-year budget. But we could definitely show that.
Would you be okay if they came back in 2 weeks?
I would welcome the analysis, but I'd like to offer the direction as part of this approval.
Let me take a stab at this. I would approve, or I would move to approve items 1 through 5, and to include an item 6 that would instruct staff to come back June the 23rd with a balance assessment of hiring a CSO as
Community Preservation
A
Officer.
CPO.
CPO.
a CPO, okay. Hire a CSO too, I think that's.
We have those, that's why I said that.
A CPO as soon as possible.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask us to please make a vote.
You know, I don't know if we did that correctly. We had a second.
Yeah,
Oh.
Oh, did you second?
She seconded it before.
She seconded,
Seconded my ask.
Oh,
and so
okay.
there's an amended
Oh, okay.
motion. You would vote
Wasn't
on
a
that
motion
first
for
anyway. So
accepting
yes, procedurally, I think we're okay.
And the motion as made passes 5-0 unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving right along brings us to item 5. Kyle caught his breath, checked his phone messages, and he's all good. A public hearing to consider a resolution establishing and amending the master schedule of fees for service for the fiscal year 2026, 2027. I will open the public hearing, and you don't look like Desiree at all.
I don't. She is out ill today, so I'm
Oh, I'm
filling in.
sorry. We'll hope she gets better.
Yeah.
Miraculously, after not having to face this, she'll be much better, I'm sure.
Sure, that's the remedy.
Welcome, Kyle.
All right. Good evening, again, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. So yeah, the item before you tonight are the proposed updates to the city's master schedule of fees for service for the coming fiscal year, 26-27. So the master schedule of fees is reviewed annually by each department to ensure fees remain aligned with the cost of providing services. The proposed updates include department-requested revisions, operational updates, and applicable CPI adjustments consistent with the city's user fee cost recovery policy. This policy was approved on November 12th, 2025, in conjunction with the city's comprehensive user fee study. That became effective January 1st, 2026. The goal of these updates is to maintain a fee structure that reflects current service costs while ensuring compliance with applicable laws and regulations. So these updates focus on 3 key areas: compliance, consistency, and cost recovery across departments. Each department reviewed its fee schedule and submitted updates where needed. These updates include adjustments to better align fees with actual cost of service delivery, clarification of existing fee language for consistency and transparency, removal of outdated or obsolete fees, limited CPI adjustments apply only where eligible under the policy, and the CPI adjustment is 3% based on the CPI increase from January 25 to January 26 of the Los Angeles area for all urban consumers. Finance worked with departments to ensure CPI applicability and fee classifications were applied consistently. So the next steps would be the proposed schedule is on the city's website, and if approved, the adopted fee schedule will be posted to the city's website. Departments will also update internal forms, systems, and related materials to reflect the changes. And yeah, we continually evaluate our fees and services throughout the year. Staff recommends the City Council adopt the resolution establishing the master fee schedule of fees for fiscal year 26-27. And this presentation is much shorter, so this concludes my presentation. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Kyle. At this point, I will open for public testimony, asking if anyone wishes to have comments on this item only. You are welcome to speak for 3 minutes. Ask you to fill out the famous yellow card. Looks like we may have one. Okay, thank you very much. And I'll invite Daphne Morfin to come. Welcome. I thought you were just hanging out because you liked us.
Thank you. I did have a question regarding this item and representing our operations department. One of the concerns we wanted to have for further clarification on was that we've noted that there has been an additional $720 fee for engineered traffic control plans. Our team was unable to identify exactly where it is, and we're just seeking further clarification and justification as part of the consistency in the section for engineering on the revised permit units and language. And that was.
And before Kyle responds, I'll remind the public that Daphne is representing Southern California Edison, so the question has some merit as to where that's coming from.
Is it about the right-of-way stuff?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And that can.
We did make some changes in some of the right-of-way stuff to acknowledge that it wouldn't be a review every time, but there are some changes.
Yes.
Go ahead, Kyle, so the people can hear you in the microphone. Great question, Daphne.
Yes, I appreciate the primer to add, and that helped jog my memory. So there was some conversation on how the fees were being applied. So the process was reviewed, and so the fees updated that basically their first payment of the fee is for the first day includes the review by technicians and the work of the construction inspector. Any further any further fees assessed only reflect the work of the construction inspector because he's the only one inspecting on subsequent days for days worked for work in the right-of-way. So that was the change. Prior, it was all of the positions every single day. Now it's been updated to reflect the positions on each day that they're doing the work.
And I think Moises is going to be on his way out here shortly.
To provide additional clarification.
Yeah, on not just the encroachment, but other areas. Oh. Yeah. Welcome.
Good afternoon. A little bit of a delay on the video I was watching. But to answer the question more specifically that was brought up by Daphne.
I'm going to pause you just a moment. Did we have any other public comments wishing to?
Oh, sorry.
Well, yeah, that's right. Referee's keeping us going here. That's good. Okay, then I will close public testimony and invite you to respond. Thank you.
Sure. So one was the issue related to the temporary encroachment permit, which Kyle has explained. The other is that we are beginning to ask all of our public utility friends to create and develop engineered traffic mitigation plans for some of their projects, particularly when they're along our major corridors or in areas of town where we would envision that there's major congestions, i.e. around schools or other places where we expect different traffic loads at different times of the day. We've been able to work more closely with the gas company specifically as an example on those streets where we don't see that level of traffic, but it's important for us to be able to have engineered traffic management plans given our own recent history working alongside Metro, Foothill Gold Line Authority, to ensure that we maintain adequate and safe traffic flow, not just for the folks that are actually working in those public rights of way, but also the traveling public.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Daphne, does that help answer your question? Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, please reach back should continue to have questions, and those are the folks that.
I feel a power outage
Thank
coming.
Yeah, then please hurry. Yeah, okay. All right, bring that back for discussion or comments from the panel. Mendel or Michael?
Just one quick question. Thank you, Kyle, for your presentation. I know that we've been doing a lot of modifications and updating the fee schedule because we were behind for many, many years. Are there any other areas of the fees that we still need to look at?
That we still need to look at? Not within the fees within this fee schedule. I know one of the areas that are still to be addressed, but we focus on these fees first, would be any development impact fees within the city. So those are separate from this this fee review that we did, because those are larger, more complex fees. So these are fairly good, but we always need to look at them, as our staffing models change or update, just to make sure that we are including the right costs and that we continue any compliance to make sure our fees are defensible.
So is it fair to say that overall we're probably 80-90% fee recovery?
I don't know about if we're at 90. It'd probably be closer to the 80.
80?
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, but we've made significant improvements in that area, and a lot of the tweaks before the council this evening are some of the CPI increases, but also really, as we looked at the fees that were established, the new fees, part of the development process, seeing what worked and what didn't work and how they're being applied and making some changes. The development community and the utilities have been pretty good on feedback on some of the changes and how they're being applied, and so we appreciate that partnership. And also on some of the recreation human services fees as relates to rentals, which are market rate, and taking a look at the different market. And Annie and her team have done a really great job analyzing for us some of the rentals and showing us where we're at. So we have some changes there. But a lot of what you saw are just tweaks based on council policy and direction and the big comprehensive fee study that was before. So this will be part of the normal process where we're just making tweaks here and there.
Thank you.
Okay. Shauna?
Adam, during our briefing, we talked a little bit about a structure on the fees for like residents versus non-residents. Was that, we did a very abbreviated briefing because we went to the memorial, but was that already, is that already in place or is that new?
There were some fees that were implemented a while ago about resident and non-resident fee, mostly as it relates to renting of our community facilities. As was evident in Dirt Camp, we've done a lot more validation and verification of the information in our system to ensure that people are being accurate when they come in and talk about residency. It's actually a process most cities follow. We're just moving forward with a little more information there to ensure, that the residents who are paying for the facilities have the ability to rent some of those facilities quickly. And so Annie and her team have done a great job. I think you did the Dirt Camp registration too. And so that verification and validation in the system has really provided us some insight into the rental of our facilities and allowed us to take a look at the fees to ensure there's adequacy and fairness and that we can make changes as necessary.
I like that. And, we want our facilities to be utilized by anyone, but I think that it's important for our community to have first preference, I guess, and, if somebody wants to come in from outside the city.
The city has, made, I know we have a long way to go, and we talked about it tonight a lot about the additional investment needed in our facilities, and the documentation is there, but staff really has done a tremendous job making improvements to some of the facilities that we can, and they're in high demand. I mean, there's not a weekend that goes by where the Legion building, for example, is not booked, on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and there's not classes, and so trying to acknowledge that it is still far cheaper to do something at a city than it is at a private facility, and ensuring our residents have access to those resources is important, and this helps with that.
Well, I was just at a birthday party on Saturday night at the Legion Hall, and it was fantastic. Staff was great. The facility was great. Good time. That was my only question. Thanks.
Thank you, Shauna. Mendel?
Yeah, Kyle, I have one on Exhibit A, summary of changes. First line, passport card, and the reason was administrative error.
So,
Can you explain that? I've never seen that for
yeah,
a reason, but.
so Administrator, that was on the language change. So it's when passport cards are applicable to ages and then how long they were valid for. So it was clarification on that language.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Otherwise, yeah, I think it's great. Let's do it.
Thank you, Mendel. Karen?
No, thank you. There's been a lot of conversation in the last few years about all of this, and so thank you for continuing to clean it up and work on it.
Okay, thank you, Karen. I have no questions or comments. At this point, I'll entertain a motion to accept the recommendation.
I'll move items 1.
Second?
All righty. Please vote as available. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Thank you very much. Brings us to a special item, a strategic plan update for May of 2026, and Mr. Adam Raymond will present.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As we do quarterly, we provide an update on our strategic planning efforts and the progress to date. Excited to share some of the items that have been completed and are in progress so far. So, as the council knows, we approved unanimous approval of the current strategic plan that it covers a 2-year period. It coincides with our budget under the philosophy of what gets funded gets done. It's how staff's held accountable for ensuring that the city council's policy directives are being done. Our plan is broken out by goal, which is the overarching focus area, by outcomes. Those are measurable areas to determine the success of each goal. Those are further broken down by action and indicators. We review things here by action, of which there's 105 individual actions. And these are not small things like we wrote a memo. These are larger things like we conducted a structural assessment on the library, for example, and presented that to council as an example of what an action item is. In terms of suburban living, we completed and posted the RFP for our major zoning update in our general plan. City Council approved an exclusive negotiating agreement with Mercy Housing for the Dale site. Gold Line Authority had a property sale to Warmington. We actually talked about it this evening for the submission of 86 3-story townhouses in the area of the A-Line station. Alvord Unified School District surplus property sale with Malia Homes. That's the property off of Barranca. They have their initial application was submitted under review, which is a mix of both single family and townhouses. And LAFCO cost of service study is underway. We actually saw an updated draft this afternoon for review. We anticipate to be before the city council by July for that update. So Hans sent that this afternoon. Special thanks to Jeff and his team for moving that forward. Glendora as a destination, working with the chamber and the bid to establish a marketing working group. Tiffany and her team are doing a great job working with Josina to set that up. Agreement for the South Hills feasibility analysis is on the agenda for approval tonight on the consent calendar. South Hills Bike Park design is estimated to be completed by September of 2026. And the final National Park Service approval, again, this is a federalized project, so a bunch of other hoops to jump through. And the RFP for construction will follow. We anticipate the construction beginning in June of 27. Mid-year approval for additional funding was completed for both landscaping and preventative tree maintenance, and more than 200 trees have been planted in our city since November of 2025. And as many people have commented on, sign replacement is underway. It's actually one of the more frequently requests we get. People would like keychains or actual new entry signs. We get the request almost weekly. New and revitalized city facilities. We've completed plans for departments that could be impacted for future renovations for the library, for example, and presented those to the library board. We look forward to having more of that conversation in our workshop number 2 when we talk about the public works yard and library. City Council approved the urban forestry manual, released an RFP in March for 3 consultants for a parks master plan. That project specifically was placed on hold until the general plan findings are done. Oftentimes, some of the open space and use is done in conjunction with the general plan. In order not to do a plan and have to redo it right of way, we will co-term those two plans. So this is an area of a project that will be placed on pause. The general plan is the leading document here. The Parks and Trails Master Plan will be the follow-up to that on the open space portion. And City Council approved a series of 3 workshops to discuss streets, roads, facilities, funding opportunities, and citizen advisory boards. For maybe the 3rd time tonight, a shameless plug that the first workshop is on June 16th. Again, here, another shameless plug that the first workshop is on June 16th for sustainable infrastructure. I think we all want as many people to come to that as possible. And in this one, it talks about streets and roads. And really the important part is, you know, we've found additional ways through efficiencies in our makeup of our organization to fund an additional $1 million in street funding. But the City Council will also have the ability to look at one-time funding of millions of dollars for additional potential streets and roads. The San Dimas Wash and Urban Trail will begin construction, we believe, in around 2 weeks. Outreach efforts have already begun in those neighborhoods there and have been for some time. The Colorado and Cypress and surrounding street water projects, that's plural, is at 90% design. We anticipate approval of construction contracts by the end of this calendar year. North Glendora Avenue Reservoir has had a very prolonged CEQA clearance process where we've had to do additional on-site inspections during certain seasons when protected species are present, including a bumblebee species. Road access design work through the backside of basically Easley Canyon area is also underway, and we really appreciate the work on and working with the neighborhood groups there. This is one of those projects that the more we know, the more work we have to do, so appreciate everyone's patience. Last but not least, staff and technology. As was mentioned tonight, there's been a ton of investment made in both staff and technology. We've finished the meet and confer process for a comprehensive personnel policy update, and while the 80s were a great time, not the best time to have our last personnel comprehensive policy update on. So appreciate all the work with the Human Resources Division and our employee groups for quickly reviewing that. Employee handbook nearing completion, onboarding and leadership training has been both expanded and offered to new employees coming on. We have a formalized succession policy underway. We anticipate completion of that next month. That's actually something in my queue to finalize. And I know Kathleen is happy to report that document imaging is underway. So important, actually, on your agenda this evening is a Laserfiche agreement on consent. It actually lowers the overall annual cost. It is a system that more broadly is applicable to some of our other systems for both integration and access of documents. For example, our ERP system will be able to look at contracts and pull details, ensure purchase orders and everything are done in conjunction with City Council approvals and our purchasing rules. But Kathleen and her team have scanned tens of thousands of documents, is not an understatement. This is one of the areas we were literally in the dark ages until we started this project. So appreciate all her hard work there. We like to move from quarter to quarter to give some insight. As of last quarter, we were 39% complete. Currently, we're halfway there, 50% complete at about the halfway mark. 48 action items are in process. About 4%, a little less than that, have not been started yet. We know that the amount of tasks in some of these action items will actually last longer than our 2-year strategic plan. But really appreciate staff across all city departments for moving a lot of these items forward. There's a detailed list of every single action item in your agenda this evening, which talks about everything that's going on. You usually get a status update as of the month that this was reported. So, as always, a ton of work being done. All of this is to follow through on the council's policy objectives, and so appreciate the opportunity to answer any questions you may have. And with that, Mayor, turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Adam. Bring it back, ask if we have any questions or comments. Oh, did you want to make one?
Well, I was just going to say, Adam, you didn't tell us when the first workshop was going to be.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to comment that recognizing and appreciate the updates and the great progress is phenomenal. Some of the items in there are strategic that we chose as a body 2 years ago as tasks to do. It doesn't mean that a shovel or a tractor is going to go attack a certain thing at any given time. One of them is the South Hills Wilderness Park has been brought up again tonight and is a focus of the community. And the strategic plan is to learn about, bring up what's functional or capable. Rules have changed, state requirements have changed since the 80s when that was envisioned last. Is that a resource or is it not a resource? And then if, with that given information that we don't know yet today, how to value it and then make some choices. So we can't even have that discussion because we're unarmed to do so. So I think part of that plan and that one of the items on tonight's agenda is to just establish that program to create that discovery. So please don't want the people to think that something's coming up there that's greatly different than what they already know today. It'd be wrong to say that. So anyway, just as a clarification. Any other questions, comments? Okay, then I think we just have to accept, receive, and file, and don't believe there's a motion necessary for that, but we'll do so. And thank you very much for staff for all the progress and information. Very favorable. That brings us to the consent calendar. Items 7 through 13 may be enacted in one motion unless an item is wishing to be pulled. I think I have information that one is. Sir, would you like to?
I'd like to pull item number 10 for discussion.
Okay. Okay, let's have our discussion, and we'll decide how to do a motion, if we want to do them all together, or if we want to.
If we're going to pull it for discussion, I would, I know our parliamentarian just left, but I'll look at the clerk's office. But typically, we would move all items except for item 10,
Okay.
and then we would bring that item up for discussion. City Council can take that item at the end of the agenda, if it so chooses, or immediately after consent.
Okay, very good. Then I will look for a motion for acceptance of items 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13 to make a vote on.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Alowis, second by Mr. Thompson, and ask us to kindly vote on those items. Okay, those items pass 5-0. And I think I would like to, since we have some audience here for item 14, continue to item 14 and then backtrack to item 10 as a concluding item, if we may.
That's your prerogative as mayor.
I'd like to do so. Okay, so we'll come back to 10. Don't let me forget. I won't. I know. I'm counting on that. Brings us to new business, item 14. A consideration of amendment number 5 to the franchise agreement between the City of Glendora and Arcalian Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Athens Services for Integrated Waste Management. And invite management analyst Stephanie Ryan. Hi, Stephanie, to report out. And I know that we have Athens Best in the room with representatives to address any questions or comments that we might have beyond what Stephanie presents. So welcome, Stephanie. Nice to see you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Tonight I'll be presenting Amendment Number 5 to the franchise agreement between the City and Athens Services for Integrated Waste Management. A brief overview of Amendment Number 5. The updates in this amendment support compliance with Senate Bill 1383 by implementing a standardized 3-container collection program for all commercial and multifamily properties. This was previously implemented for residential properties in 2022, and Athens will begin providing 3-stream service for all commercial, multifamily properties within the city, including city facilities and city special events. Additionally, this amendment formalizes and expands the Glendora Avenue Porter Services, introduces a new senior citizen discount program, updates billing procedures and adjustments to the proposed maximum rates. Collectively, these updates help ensure the city's franchise agreement reflects current state requirements, operational needs, and service expectations. Senate Bill 1383 is California's statewide organic waste reduction law. This law requires residents, businesses, multifamily properties to separate recyclables and organic materials such as food scraps and yard waste from trash. Athens helps the city comply with SB 1383 by performing the collection program for separated trash, recycling, and organics, monitoring for contamination within bins, providing compost to help the city meet our specific targets for recovered organic waste products, as well as providing some of the data necessary for the city to report to the state. For residential properties, there are no changes to the existing 3-container collection service. Residential rates would continue under the annual trash CPI plus 1% rate schedule that is already included in the franchise agreement. Under that existing agreement, all Athens customers will receive a 5% rate adjustment on July 1, 2026. And it's important to note that residential customers will not receive a second rate increase this year as part of this amendment or as part of the Proposition 218 public hearing, a process which I will discuss in a little bit. For commercial and multifamily properties, the amendment formalizes the required 3-container collection program for trash, recycling, and organics under SB 1383. And the proposed Exhibit C maximum rate schedule also includes a phased supplemental fee of $23.05 annually for commercial and multifamily properties, which would begin July 15th, 2026, and continue for 5 years annually through and including July 1, 2030. This fee is intended to help offset costs associated with SB 1383 compliance and the expanded 3-container collection program. This proposed rate adjustment is subject to a Proposition 218 public hearing. Commercial and multifamily trash service will now include 1 96-gallon recycle, 1 64-gallon organics barrels as part of the base level of service. Under this new amendment, businesses will move away from the pay-as-you-throw service to a bundled service, which will ensure that businesses have access to all of the containers needed to comply with SB 1383. And additionally, commercial businesses may continue to request an organics waiver should their business generate minimal organics or have continued physical space constraints. And here you can just see what the transition for commercial and multifamily properties will look like, going from 2-stream to the proposed 3-stream program that will be part of Amendment Number 5, just as residents did and have been doing for several years now. This amendment will also formalize and expand the daily porter services being provided by Athens Services in the village along Glendora Avenue. These services include litter collection, sidewalk sweeping, container servicing, public amenity maintenance, along with continued pressure washing services that they already perform quarterly. And with the opening of the Glendora Metro Station, the service area will now extend along Glendora from Bennett down to Ada Avenue, and these services would continue to be provided at no additional cost to the city. Amendment Number 5 also introduces a new senior discount program for qualifying residential households. The program will provide a 10% discount on residential solid waste services for up to 250 eligible residents. And to qualify, residents must be at least 62 years of age, reside in a single-family primary home, be the Athens account holder, and meet the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development very low-income qualification requirements. The program would be funded by Athens, with city staff overseeing the administration of the program. The amendment also includes several billing and administrative updates intended to improve operational consistency and long-term program administration, including updated delinquency procedures, updating the environmental administration fee to be tied to the trash CPI adjustment, which is a fee paid by Athens to the city, as well as continuing the annual trash CPI plus 1% rate structure. Athens has already begun conducting on-site waste assessments with commercial businesses to help determine the appropriate service levels and to ensure that they have the appropriate capacity for all 3 waste streams. And should the amendment be approved tonight, additional outreach efforts will include direct mailers, social media communications, educational materials, and guides to help businesses understand these upcoming changes. Now, for Proposition 218, the city will be holding a public hearing for the proposed adjustments to the maximum rate schedule. Proposition 218 notices were mailed in late May to all property owners within the city, and the public hearing is scheduled for the July 14th, 2026 City Council meeting. State law requires that the city mail a Proposition 218 notice to all property owners before considering changes to solid waste collection rates or with establishing a new maximum rate schedule. So this notice included the proposed commercial and multifamily rate changes, as well as the proposed new maximum rate schedule for all property types. So if the rates are approved following the public hearing on July 14th, the City Council would have the option to adopt a resolution authorizing the maximum rate schedule for a 5-year period from July 15th, 2026 through July 14th, 2031. And any future increases beyond the approved maximum rates would then be subject to another Proposition 218 notice and public hearing process. And with that, staff recommends City Council approve Amendment Number 5 to the franchise agreement between City of Glendora and Archelian Enterprises, also known as Athens Services, for integrated waste management. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions, and I know Athens representatives are eager to answer questions as well. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate that very much, and certainly Athens representatives here to field questions that we may not have answers in-house. So with that, I'll bring it back for questions or comments and start with Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, sir. Stephanie, I'll let you step aside because I want to talk to Jonathan Hughes. And
That sounds ominous.
And he knows I want to talk to him, so he's fully prepared. And I want to say a couple things first, that Athens is a great partner. They have been, and they will continue to be. And I appreciate the spirit of service which they operate in. Second of all, my concerns are not personal, but they're business. Jonathan knows that. Other people within your company know that as a few hours ago. And I will not name names, but he knows. And so anyway, two things. I do appreciate, being a senior, the accommodation that Athens has now seen fit to give. I personally think you've fallen short. I think 250 seniors who may qualify, which I think that they should, is going to be short. We are an aging group of people, and I don't know how many of those are going to qualify. I do appreciate the senior discount. I'm feeling as though that you were not as generous as a company as you could be. And my question is, if we hit and exceed the 250 in a fairly short time, is there some flexibility there to extend that?
Yes, and good evening, members of the City Council, Mr. Mayor. Jonathan Hughes from Athens Services. Just to give a brief introduction, we have Liz Ramirez, who's our Senior Vice President of Government Affairs. We have Brandon Mills, who's our Division Vice President, overseeing all operations for Glendora and the surrounding communities. And we have Mr. Nehemiah, our Director of Government Affairs. Thank you for the question, sir. And the short answer, like I said, is yes. To add a little bit more color, You do have our commitment. I think the 250 is a number that we arrived at after much conversation with staff.
Right.
And I believe it was a member of this body who originally had suggested that we consider adding a senior discount to the agreement. So we're pleased that we've done that. And yes, absolutely, if, within the first period, whether that's the first quarter or first 6 months, et cetera, if we're far oversubscribed, if there's way more demand and folks meet the income eligibility requirements, et cetera, we are more than happy. You have our commitment to meet and confer on that. We can consider raising the cap or adjusting the program as makes sense for the city.
Okay, great. Issue 2, and we've talked about this. Well, we've talked about more than just 2, but I'll just leave it to 2 because the hour is growing late. We were all given bins, the 96ers, right? I'm, learning the lingo
Good,
of
yes,
trash,
sir.
right? Thank you for those. We're all paying for them. And now with the businesses and multi-home, all that kind of stuff, and I do appreciate what I want to say that you are doing. With that change, a state change, of course, and because I know that you would put that in there, and I'm just trying to get ahead of your speech. You and your team are going out and meeting with a lot of those folks, and you're accommodating them to the extent that they don't need the size of bin they currently have, so you're accommodating them with a smaller bin, which I think is great. Makes a lot of sense. But you're not doing that on a personal level, on a customer level. You're doing that for our people that own, multi-homes or a restaurant or something. The optics don't look good, so you're cutting a deal with them, but you're not cutting a deal with the average guy. Second of all, I think that Athens needs to be a little bit more of a innovator. My household has gone from 4 to 2. And when I die and my wife's left, she will not have enough trash in a month to fill a 96 blue black bin. The yard waste yet. Of course, by then we'll probably all have dirt yards, and so we won't have yard waste. And my question, I'll just get right to the point. I think Athens needs to rethink that hard line, because I think you can employ trucks that are smaller, as efficient, less wear and tear on all of our roads, rather than those monster trucks that are built to pick up large loads. And the blue black cans don't have near the weight as a green can. So you don't need a huge truck to do that. And my thinking, as I shared with you, is that a smaller truck is just as good. It's less wear and tear on our streets, and it's efficient. Probably will use less gas and oil and whatever else that you guys use. And I use the example of Mr. Musk. If Elon Musk would have said, well, NASA's the only company in town that can shoot a rocket, I'm not even going to think about that. Or Ford's the only group of people that can make a car, I'm not even going to think about that. Where would our world be without the innovative thinking of Elon Musk? And I'm challenging Athens to do more than just what they've always done. Bring a big-ass truck down our streets that wear and tear it for a 10-pound bin, when you could use something else that's effective. And I'd like to challenge you to do two things. One, rethink the fact that I don't need a 96 bin blue black bins. I probably need your 64s. Was I right? I mean, is there a 64?
There is a 64 and there's also a 32.
Oh, 60, well, then I'll settle for the 64. But I probably can go down. But your policy is you won't let me for any fee. I mean, you'll let me change bins, but you'll still charge me the 96 bin. And I just don't think that's right. And I think you can find cheaper, better trucks to pick up those smaller bins. And I'd like for you to think about that and think about what you're doing now in not letting people like the average guy change out a bin and get a reduction of what, $5, $10? I don't think that's going to really hurt your net that much. The good news is I'm going to support you because I believe in Athens, but I'm not happy about those two things. So I'm just asking you politely, and I'm challenging you and all you got a senior VP back there, you know, she's high on the food chain, and you know, take it back to the boys and, you know, say, hey, let's think about other kind of trucks and a better price. That's all I got.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Thank
see,
you.
that wasn't as bad as what you thought it was going to be, right? So
Thank you.
any feedback?
No, absolutely. No, thank you.
But we're good.
Thank you for the comments, and certainly have noted those from our earlier discussion. I do want to point out to your point that we ran the numbers today. We have about 2,300 residential bins that are out there, or carts that are less than that 96. So like you said, it is an option. There is not at this time in the residential rate structure a reduction in the cost based on that size, because, you know, we have the same 3 trucks and the same amount of labor, et cetera, coming down every street, you know, every week at least. I do want to also mention that we have a couple unique programs in Glendora that don't exist everywhere else. You have unlimited weekly bulky collection, of course, as long as you call in, and that's obviously included in the price. And we have folks who use it every week, frankly.
Yeah.
We have folks who use it, you know, once a year or maybe not at all, right?
Yeah.
And then I also will mention, was double checking that we also offer disabled rollout service. So for folks who have a handicap placard or otherwise qualify at no additional charge. So if you needed us to even go, you know, grab it from the edge of your property or whatever, we'll roll it out for you and put it back at the end of the service day. So that's another service that we offer. And then lastly, I'd be remiss, because my boss is in the room, to not mention our brand new Irwindale Material Recovery Facility, which I know a few of you have had the opportunity to visit. And I think it actually absolutely is a testament to our company's innovation. It's the newest, the shiniest still. It's very clean in there, and the most technologically advanced, at least on this side of the country. So we are doing our best, but super appreciate your comments, and we'll take those back to the team.
Good. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in just a second. So just to clarify, I was under the impression that I could downsize my residential bin and add a little savings, but you're saying that's not currently the case.
Correct. We have one rate for standard single-family residential service, and the default, as Councilmember Thompson mentioned, is the 96, so the standard barrel size. We also offer the 64 and the 32, but at the same price.
I see. Okay, thank you. I will also share my understanding from the industry and tour to the MRF. The recyclables in the blue bin are the least compactable, so they actually take up more space in a route truck because we're not all good at compacting things, and some of the things just don't crunch. Like
Breaking down those cardboard boxes, that's
part of it. Yeah, okay, great, thank you. I think Sean.
Thank you, and thank you, Jonathan, and team. I will echo what my colleague said, and that's that Athens is a great partner. I thoroughly appreciate you guys do things for the city, you know, outside of what we're talking about right now that I think is fantastic. Regarding this, you have been very accessible in answering, you know, little questions on just the logistics of how this rolls out, like kind of house by house, kind of, or, you know, property by property. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate the willingness to come back if the senior discount, if we need to expand that. That's very important. I will say, I think, I do agree, we can, I don't know if you said it or if Mendel said it, we can always do better, that as far as technology and, innovation. But I will, give kudos to Athens, because I've been to the MRF, your new MRF in Irwindale. It is very, very impressive. And while I think that you could maybe do better in other things, and the big ass trucks going down our streets, as Mendel said, you are really excelling, I think, in your industry in terms of the actual recycling and handling of the product. I did not know about your disabled service. That's very interesting. So I'll share that with residents, because I think that's important. So otherwise, I think this is great, and I appreciate Athens as a partner for the city.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shauna. Michael?
First off, thank you, Stephanie, for your presentation. It was good. Full disclosure, met with Jonathan last week or so, and I know you met with my colleagues as well. Just let everyone know. Also, this is a rolling 7-year contract. What's
20.
20, right? 20-year contract. Also, on the notice that went out for the Prop 218, it was handled a little clumsy. I had a lot of conversation with that with a number of residents, and this is this notice is basically only for the commercial services, but the Prop 218 was to encompass both the residential and the commercial for CPI going forward for
That's
5
correct.
years.
Yeah, because it included the 5 years for residential as well, which is an extension over the 2022 agreement. We had to include residential as well.
I just wanted that clear on the
Absolutely.
record. I agree with Mendel on the smaller bins. I would like for Athens to look into paying less for less trash. I think that there are some seniors in town that just simply don't generate the trash. We're paying a lot. But I know that you have to make the trip anyway, typically. So you have to have that dichotomy of how do you balance that out with making the trip anyway with less trash. But I would like to see if that can happen, as well as increasing the number of folks that can qualify for the senior discount. I think that's extremely important. Can we clarify the billing of delinquency of placing on property tax? It's the first time I ever heard that happen. Maybe I missed it in years past.
Sure. So one of the requests, and this is actually a provision under state law, so the city would be compensated for helping assist with that. It's a way for those delinquent payments to get paid after all other efforts are reached to pay those past due amounts. Places it on the property tax, and it gets paid when those taxes are paid.
So can utilities take advantage of that as well?
Some agencies, for example, that's only how they bill refuse. So some people bill quarterly and it shows up on your property tax bill and that's how it's paid. Same thing with sewer, other utilities. But yeah, other utilities can.
Okay. And can someone, on the environmental administrative fee updates, what is that? What does that encompass?
Sure. We used to have fee language that was specific. The intent here actually is to clarify the environmental fee and then how it changes over time. So it's really a clarification of jumbled language that was there before. This is the 4th or 5th amendment to an agreement, and so that language has changed several times through the amendments. So this is an attempt to clarify that.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Jonathan, I reached out to you last week about a commercial customer that was not happy about the rate increase, and you sent a team out there to work with them, and you're able to actually reduce their billing. Can you explain that process and how you explained to me prior when we met, and also in practice, how you made that happen, and other people, other commercial entities can take advantage of that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I believe, if recollection serves, we met on Wednesday. I think you reached out to me either later that day or it was first thing on Thursday. And fortunately, our outreach team is amazing, and they were able to go meet with the customer at his requested time, which was Friday, around 11 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, I think Stephanie had it in the slides here. The term we used colloquially is right sizing. So essentially, if you have what we call a standard bundle, which means you have that 3-yard trash dumpster right now, under the new bundled service program to ensure the compliance with SB 1383, that 3-yard trash barrel will come with a 96 blue and a 64 green for your organics. Now that's sort of the standard bundle. So in this case, we had a customer who is receiving that standard bundle. And with many customers now, if they're source separating, we call it, or separating that material, putting the recycle where it goes into that blue container, they can actually downsize the size of their trash container and may actually see some price savings compared to what they're paying today because the recycling is a little bit less expensive. So that's what we were able to do with that customer. Our team, as was alluded to in the presentation, has already met with every single commercial and multifamily account in the city. It's about 1,000 accounts, so you can imagine they've been busy the last couple months. And then following the council's action, we'll follow up and follow through, to use a term from earlier this evening, with each one of those accounts to make sure that they're comfortable with the level of service that we're recommending. And the nice thing is on the commercial side, they can always move to a larger or a smaller container as long as they still have all three of those commodities. And they can always increase or decrease their frequency based on what their unique needs are.
And if I could just add one thing to that conversation, Athens came, and the reason why they did the outreach, in addition to the change in the contract, they presented to the council in November of 2025, where they actually provided examples of how you could save money. And so council really encouraged Athens at that time. That was the direction of this body, to go out and meet with each individual business. And so, and that was the direction to do some of the contract negotiations. So we knew, although there would be an increase coming because of the state mandates, that there would be ways or additional ways because of the changes for businesses to save money. I think we gave like 3 different examples on how that's the case. So from a staff perspective, and I know Stephanie's been getting a ton of outreach, but we appreciate that Athens has done that and actually been able to save it, as you mentioned, Councilmember, a company money despite the increase in doing that. So the council direction at that time has actually really paid off. So we appreciate that.
So now you just have to duplicate that on the residential side to make Mendel happy.
Noted.
I have received a lot of good comments through the years about Athens, what they've been doing. You guys do bend over backwards, and you do a really good job of service. I know that on our street, we have a smaller street, and you were able to have a smaller truck. It's a miniature, one of your big ones. It loads from the back, and it saves our roads because we're on the hill, because your trucks literally tore up our road in the past. And your new truck's a smaller little Chevy truck, and it took care of it. So perhaps maybe some other areas can utilize some of your smaller trucks for that, and maybe some of the smaller trash containers as well. So thank you very much for coming up here and taking our questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Stephanie, and thank you, Athens team, for being here. Yes, in regards to the vehicles, I know when we were at your new fancy Murph that we also saw some of your newer vehicles, newer, cleaner, lighter trucks. So we appreciate that you are moving ahead. And no, you don't have to be like Mr. Musk. Please don't. So I think that on the commercial side, the great thing is that in my day job, we have received that outreach, and it's been great. They called us, and they did the exact thing that you described and Stephanie described. They said, hey, you could go this option, this option. What we ultimately decided is we're going to wait till we start doing that separation and then decide if we want our roll-away to be a split bin or what we want to do. But they gave us several options. They were very helpful, and so we appreciated that, because I'm assuming that other commercial customers got those same phone calls and explanations and options. They emailed over all kinds of great material that the biggest challenge is that we have printed that, posted that, and people still don't know how to separate the trash. That is the biggest challenge. And so we continue to work on that one. But again, we appreciate that you are doing all of these things to be in compliance with Senate Bill 1383, which I think often gets forgotten what that legislation is. And as painful as it may be and as cumbersome, if people step back and look at what the intent of that is, to take better care of our planet, all of the food waste that now is either going upstream and reusing that food, getting it to places as restaurants adapt to it, or as Athens is sorting and composting or going different places, that there's a lot of good for our planet and for our communities that is coming out of that. But of course, it is inconvenient and can be costly both to Athens and to the customer, but there is an intent that this all is coming from that started this whole conversation. So, no, thank you, and I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to implement some of these things on the commercial end because we have not, I know, been as good at sorting trash as now we will need to be. So that's going to be a good task.
Well, thank you. And if I may, through the mayor, I'd just like to say our outreach team, they're available, as was the case mentioned earlier. If any of you have a business yourselves or know someone who needs an extra touch or says, hey, I wasn't available today, they stopped by or whatever, like, please let us know, and we're more than happy to follow up with those folks. I'll also mention we're excited. Obviously, the Human Services Department will be very busy this summer, as will our outreach team. So if you haven't already in the last few months, hopefully you'll see our outreach folks out there doing games with the kids, all designed to encourage that consumer behavior and make sure folks know or have the tools at least to do what they need to do. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Curiosity question. I can think of a business type that, excuse me, they may not generate organics. Is that an option? That if I don't create food-related or yard waste type thing, is that something I can demonstrate and eliminate a potential cost? Not as a commercial, not a residential.
Great question, Mr. Mayor. And as Stephanie mentioned in her presentation, the state, under the SB 1383 legislation, does offer an organics waiver program. And essentially what a customer, there's two ways to qualify. They can either, like you mentioned, not generate enough organic waste or have a legitimate space constraint, as is sometimes the case. They will apply either through us or through the city, and essentially we'll confer to say, yes, we validate that this information is correct. And then if it is, then we will issue them an organics waiver.
Okay, it just comes to mind, if I was a dentist or I was a shoe store,
Yeah.
I can't imagine what kind of organics I'm creating.
Your lunch bag. That's about it.
My lunch bag doesn't take anything home. It gets eaten. Bad habit of mine. Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right. Might I entertain a motion?
I'll move amendment number 5.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Alawas, a second by Mr. Thompson. And kindly vote. Motion carries 5-0 unanimously. And to the Athens team, thank you for being such a great community partner and your willingness to spend a long evening with us tonight. Thank you. We're very grateful. Okay, that brings us back to consent item number 10. And Mr. Alawas asked to pull the item for discussion, so I'll offer it to you, sir.
Thank you. I have a question. On page 268 of the strategic plan, staff came back with a $50,000 to $100,000 estimate for this study that we're going to approve this evening, and I guess this is $30,000?
Yeah, we actually received, we've done 3 different companies that we've talked to, and all of them are about this cost.
So how did they originally come to the $50,000 to $100,000 originally in the strategic plan?
We estimated what it would cost 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I know this is part of...
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mayor.
I know this is part of our strategic plan, and we want to settle the question and bring it up because it was on our survey and everything. So before we move on with this, I would like to, it's been brought up several times about if there's any encumbrances on the property, as opposed to going full steam on this and say, okay, let's go have this study done, but yet it might not be able to be accomplished because there might be deed restrictions on it. Is this going to be done on different phases to see if that's the case first before we go forward?
I'd actually ask that Sean provide a brief presentation on the item this evening so we can help answer some of those questions, if that's okay.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Sean, take it away.
Thank you, sir. All right. So I want to maybe, in light of the public comments earlier, thanks, Erica, for your comments earlier, maybe start off with just a quick what this is and what this isn't. What this item is it's simply a feasibility study intended to inform the city regarding development potential and land value within the city-owned properties of the South Hills. This is not a development proposal. This is not a sale of land. This is not any kind of a construction project. So just making some points clear. So I'll kind of fast forward through a little bit of this. For some background, just context, the city owns approximately 275 acres of land within the South Hills. The city's strategic plan, as Adam had mentioned earlier, directs staff to determine the highest and best use of for the South Hills. In 2025, a community survey was conducted in accordance with the strategic plan, which found that the majority of residents polled were favorable to a hypothetical development scenario within the South Hills. More recently, and on a separate note, in 2026, the City Council has also discussed the topic of use of one-time funds. On April 28th specifically, the council tentatively scheduled a workshop to occur in September, which may include discussions related to the sale of city-owned properties, which could include, as a funding source, which could include this land in the South Hills. The real issue at hand here is that, to staff's knowledge, a feasibility analysis has never been conducted for this land in the South Hills to determine the value and development potential of this land. So that's what tonight's item is about. Here is a snapshot of the 2025 community survey, which was conducted by True North. And you could see here that approximately 57% of respondents supported that hypothetical idea of development in the South Hills. For context, this is just kind of to orient everybody. Here's an aerial which highlights the location of the boundaries. The city-owned parcels are in red, and specifically the area that we're talking about is about 275 acres. That's highlighted in yellow. I just, for context purposes, call that the analysis boundary. That said, as to the analysis itself, obviously the South Hills contains many potential development constraints, whether they be fire severity zones, hillside topography, limited access, what have you. Given this context, a development feasibility analysis is necessary in order to determine and inform development potential and land value. To that end, staff is proposing to enter into a professional services agreement with TNB Planning Incorporated, which is a professional planning firm with over 50 years of experience providing development services to both the public and private sector all throughout Southern California. And in addition to that, TNB, in assembling their kind of all-star team, has hired a sub-consultant to the project known as Qtative Development Solutions, which is a land development advisory firm with a background in land value assessment, and they specialize in hillside topography properties. So that said, the consultant team proposes a 5-phased approach, which you see those bullet points there on the screen. And lastly, I would make one other point here, just for helpful context, that staff made sure that TNB include in their scope and analysis the bike park as well, so that they're just aware and assume that that would happen into the future. So that's it. I would say to the question of cost, and this is a little tangential, but in my years of experience, particularly in consulting with private firms, these days for $130,000, you can probably get by with even a categorical exemption for CEQA. That price and cost for consultants, as Adam was saying earlier, have increased across the board. And I would say that with TNB and Qtative both on board, I really truly feel like we're getting 2 consultants for the price of 1 on this project.
Yeah, and just to jump on a little bit, and council member, to sort of address your question, is the project is to be done in phases. They will do some of the preliminary work up front. I think those of you on the dais, and I definitely know from my chair every time, and we've talked to former council members who have sat up here generations ago, which will tell you, just rules, right? Those can be changed, or if there are restrictions, those can be changed, or are they even legal? And so no matter what the analysis gets done, I think for every generation of council members, there's been some sort of proposal in South Hills, and it goes back decades, into the 80s and 90s when this was looked at, so we're told. And I think one of the things that Sean mentioned, we've never had an independent third party that's not a staff member, that's not a council member, that is an independent third party to say, hey, you have this great community asset. We've heard a lot of people come to this dais and present at council meetings or come to workshops that we've held and said, don't talk to us about money if you have this asset. And it can be in any number of things. And staff is not in a position to tell the council what something would be worth. And even then, in looking at restrictions and looking at what potential development scenarios be, the council would have a policy discussion if that's something it even wants to consider, that if the value of the asset as a community open space is worth more than any dollar amount. So despite some of the constraints that may be on the property or may not be on the property, going through and doing the analysis gives the council an additional piece of information. Does it want to pursue, let's say there are restrictions or potential, do you want to pursue removing some of those restrictions or what it looks like? So I think having the entire picture is going to be very important for not just this council, but those that come after us, that something that you can point to that maps the additional acreage that's there. It's close to 300 acres now that the city's owned and has bought additional parcels. What the water infrastructure impacts are, what the LADWP power lines have, how the impacts of the high fire hazard severity zone, if HCD at the state level would even let us consider some of the scenarios. So I think all of that from a collective standpoint are really invaluable pieces of information that would help the council make a policy decision at some point in the future.
So I'm in support of this because it's on our strategic plans. That said, we, as a council, we said we would go through and look at this. But my concern is are we going to have in one of those bullet points a first look at, can we even do this with any deed restrictions? Is somebody going to look at that? Is staff going to look at that, or is TMB going to look at that first?
The very first phase, if you will, is a physical and regulatory assessment of existing conditions.
So that would include deed restrictions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, because it wasn't clear in the staff report.
Got it.
Understood.
Okay, great.
And I think also, if I understand this correctly from previous discussions, both as strategic planning and then in other conversations, that this oftentimes when people hear about development feasibility, they're thinking housing, commercial. But one of the things that's going to be looked at is better recreational use. For instance, the bike park is one example of that. Maybe having Frisbee golf somewhere, some different things like that. How can we use our open space in some pockets that would serve more of the community? So part of that feasibility is looking at improved recreational use, not just we're going to build something there. And so I think when people hear that, immediately they're thinking, oh my gosh, you're going to build on the South Hills. No, we're going to look at how can we use this recreational space better, maybe improve the trails, maybe add a nature center, maybe whatever it might be. But my understanding is that that feasibility is looking at those options within that framework.
Correct. This feasibility analysis would be the first step in answering some of those questions.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's clear that we don't know what we don't know. And if we're looking at the third workshop coming up down in later in September, early October, we need to know what we need to learn so that we can then make some judgment calls or some direction or continue to learn. So it's important.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to chime in as well. I think that it's important to note that this body, I feel like we have a fiduciary duty to the city and to the residents to understand exactly what all of our city assets, what their highest and best use is. That doesn't mean we're going to do anything with the information, but we do have a duty to find out, what that is. As a body, we have tasked staff with looking into this through the strategic plan. So we've already put that out there. The community, through that community survey, has said this is an important thing to do. So, I think that is pretty clear direction that we need to move forward with this, and I support it.
I'll move item 10.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Item 10. If we can vote, here we come. Item 10 passes unanimously, 5-0. Thank you for the discussion, and thank you, Sean, for the extra preparation. Okay, that brings us back to closing comments. I'll start. I hope to see the entire community at Farmers Market tomorrow, and then the rest of them at the Facilities Workshop next Tuesday on the 16th. Beyond that, anyone else?
I was just going to add, you mentioned Lloyd Johnson earlier, and I was just going to share that he was actually at the Memorial Day ceremony at Oakdale and had one of his cars there that, in addition to serving on the West Covina City Council, that he is was a veteran and had classic cars that he had detailed to celebrate service in the military, and had one of those cars at Oakdale on Memorial Day. So his service to the wider San Gabriel Valley went far and wide, and so we are grateful for all that he contributed.
Yeah, thank you for that. Anyone else? Okay, and at 9:55.
Just one thing really quick,
Mr.
Mayor.
Raymond, please,
Oh,
I'm
I
sorry.
see the chief coming up too. So really quick for me, I know we've talked about the workshop a lot. We look forward to posting that agenda and all the attachments, which will be a lot of them tomorrow. So we've been reviewing staff report and presentation, and just a special thank you for me. Tonight's agenda items before you represented hundreds, if not thousands, of staff hours across a number of phases, including a lot of extra time for staff and moving forward professional agreements and finding ways for staff to continue to achieve the items in the strategic plan. So just a sincere thanks for me for all the hard work and effort.
And I just wanted to thank everybody. But I wanted to thank council for your comments about Louis when you started the meeting. And also for all of you, our mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and all of our city council who attended this morning's ceremony in San Dimas for Louis this morning. I got a little bit emotional this morning. Yesterday we had our association put on our annual golf tournament for Louis, and I golfed with my son and my mother, and my mother was asking about Louis and asking me a lot of questions about where he would be. And so many previous chiefs before me have said that they thought that they wouldn't be chief, and they thought that Louis would have been chief. And now, where I think Louis would be right now, Louis would have turned 62 years old this year in August. And so I think Louis would have retired as chief, and I would hope that he'd have a bunch of beautiful grandkids and be enjoying the retired life right now. So at today's ceremony, I regularly talk to Louis' surviving family members. And yesterday during the golf tournament, I was sharing, my mom's questions, and they were very grateful for the golf tournament. And as we usually do on this day every year, I ordered all of your police department staff to be in a Class A uniform in honor of Louis. And when I came into the police department today and saw everybody in their Class A uniforms, I took a picture of the watch commander who's right by the back door. I took a picture of our record staff who were all in their Class A uniforms. I took a picture of our detectives. And I sent all these pictures to Louis' family, and we talked a lot right before I went to the ceremony. So I was in a little different headspace this morning. But one of the things that came up was that Louis' name is on the 21057 interchange, and Louis' name is on our park, and Louis' name is on another, his park in San Dimas next to the Vons, and his name is on the police officer memorial wall. But what actually happened? So briefly, it's hard to imagine, but 31 years ago on this date, at about this time, Louis Pompey was shopping at the Vons supermarket in San Dimas. 3 male suspects who'd committed at least 80 armed robberies in the Southern California area, 80 armed robberies, and some of them involved shootings, picked that Vons because of its proximity to the freeway to rob it. 1 suspect stayed in the car, 2 others went into the store. And at one point, one of the suspects started beating a bag boy, and Louis identified himself as a police officer and stopped them. In the process of stopping them, he wounded suspects, and they wounded him. They fatally wounded him, and he died shortly thereafter at San Dimas Hospital. I just wanted to put the story out there again. I can't believe it's been 31 years, but it has been. And I wanted to thank you, Mayor, and all the council for all your support. past and present members of the Glendora Police Department, many of which that were there at our ceremony today, and our community for all their support over the years. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and I'd like to adjourn in honor and memory of Louis Pompey.
I have a quick question. It was mentioned today that I guess one of the or two of the shooters were getting paroled.
Yeah, so you always got to be the buzzkill on everything.
Well, no,
so
because
they're
last
yeah,
throw something at you.
Yeah.
No, because we went to the parole hearing about a year or so ago in Pomona, and we were notified this time.
There are three suspects. There were three suspects. The one male suspect who was the driver, who basically orchestrated the whole thing, he was not a shooter, and he has actually already been released. And that's the court proceeding that we went to, and it wasn't a parole hearing. He was petitioning to be resentenced and to not be sentenced for murder. There are two other suspects who are who were the actual shooters in the incident, and one of them is up for parole. So we have been assisting the family. There's a family representative that will be present through Zoom testimony, and the police department always writes a letter, and we have police department does testimony, and then we also have the support of our newish DA, Nathan Hockman, who supports the DA's office to be present and to give testimony during parole hearings, which didn't happen for the previous years with our previous DA. So one is out and has been out. That's the trial we went to. And one is trying to be paroled, and the other one is still in prison.
Can we attend those parole hearings?
I don't know if they're open to the public. They're in Sacramento, though. So, yeah, I can.
We're not shy.
I can follow up.
Okay, please do. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
And Chief, I'll try to bring it back around. Because we have been so far removed from 1995, it's appreciative when community members try to make a point to tell Louis' story. And I know that you're aware of one resident, Kimberly Ryan, who actually tonight had softball players helping tie paper softballs on the fence at Pompey Park. And she made it a personal project to make sure that people coming there to play softball or play soccer knew why that park is named Pompey Park. And she had invited people to write things on those paper softballs and attach them to the fence, and then raised funds that she will be sending to the Peace Officers Memorial.
Yes. The community support over the years has been amazing, especially in the years right after Louis' death, just working as a police officer in this area after. Everybody seemed to know Louis. Everybody, if you met him once, you wouldn't forget him, and nobody in this community did. So yes, Kimberly took that all on her own. We really didn't have any affiliation with it. I heard about it. It was, there was a softball tournament at Pompey Park in Glendora, and it was over the weekend of our Culture Fest. So I came in for the Culture Fest, and then I left and went down to Pompey Park and met Kimberly and looked at her booth. And she grew up in Glendora, and she knew about it but didn't know all of the facts of it, and took it upon herself she found old newspaper articles from the time. She also, the thing that really moved her was going on the Police Officers Memorial website and reading the summary of Louis' life and death, and took it upon herself to put up this booth that the theme was, "Who was Louis Pompey?" The interesting thing was, we always say at the police department, we'll never forget the friends and family of Louis. And like I said, the name on the interchange, the name on the park. But Kimberly shared with me that some of the people that go to the park and some of the softball players thought Louis was an athlete, and that he was somebody like Brian Clay, and they were getting him mixed up with Brian Clay. And he was an athlete, but he was a police officer, and he dedicated his life to this community and to law enforcement, and he was killed in the line of duty. So kudos to Kimberly for taking it upon herself to spread the word and to do a great tribute and donate the money to the California Police Officers Memorial up in Sacramento.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
To everyone, good night.